we wanted to organize in order to put together different expertise from organizers, both from the global north and the global south, and some sector experts. And we have the pleasure to host also a voice from a European Parliament. I'm Nicola Condomatteo. I'm introducing and chairing this roundtable. I will present very briefly the guests. We have Lee Anderson from Online. She is now chair of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. She was elected 1 year ago as a member of the European Parliament for Left Alliance Party in Finland. We have Giulia Druetta, that is a labor lawyer, very active in the struggle for the employment recognition in terms of status, the first proceeding in Italy, particularly in Turin, not only, and she was very active in the struggle for the full recognition of social rights of food delivery couriers. Then we have two organizers. We have both traditional and grassroots unions. Particularly, we have Olga Giunta, that is a courier, food delivery courier in Palermo, and also active in the traditional union Cgil, one of the most important trade unions in Italy. And then we have Marco Zanotto from Padua, involved in the grassroots unions at the Alcobas, dealing with, in particular, issues like logistics, Amazon warehouses. And then we have two voices from Global South. We are very happy to this because we wanted to organize an intersectional conference, but we have also budget constraints. But fortunately, people applied answering our call for abstract, and two participants also of the conference in other parallel session are with us. And in particular, I'm presenting James Oyange. I don't know if he's arriving. I don't know if he arrived or not. Anyway, he's a unionist in the sector of content moderation in Kenya. And we have another experience with Akkanut Wantanasombut, that is from Thailand, and with an experience on platform cooperatives. So this roundtable works in this way. We have 2 rounds of questions, and all the participants have 5 minutes for each question. Try to be on time because we are 6 speaking. And I will start with Lee Anderson, then Giulia Druetta, Olga Giunta, Marco Zanotto, James Oyange, and Akkanut, or Akkanut and James Oyange. It depends of James. And I start with the first question, and then I will collect a question if we will have time. So the first question that we will share with our guests is related to platform power. From the vantage point of each person, we wanted to know what is platform power for you, and in particular, which are the challenges from the perspective, from the overall perspective on platform work. So the floor is yours, Lee. 5 minutes for this first round for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. I would really have loved to be there in person, but unfortunately it was not possible. But I think these kind of initiatives and discussions is exactly what we need in a time where you really can see growing power of tech companies combined with the erosion of workers' rights. So I think it's more important than ever also to organize alternatives and answers together to this development. I was thinking about platform power from the point of view of, I would say maybe I represent then here labor market policymakers. And I think there are 2 dimensions, of course, that I want to mention. The first one is platform power in terms of workers and new forms of control, new forms of monitoring, new forms of organizing work that we see. We see it in, of course, the platform economy, but we also see it in other parts of the labor market. Amazon warehouses were mentioned, where algorithms are used for surveillance and monitoring of workers, and also for increased demands of effectiveness. And the truth is that looking at policy, for example, policy have not been very good at addressing all of the new issues that arrive from the point of view of workers' rights or workers' health and safety, with regards to how this power is used to monitor and control workers at workplaces. The other dimension of platform power has to do with their power in society. So the kind of political and societal dimension of how these big tech companies exercise influence on politics and policy making. Just today, we had a hearing in Parliament with workers from Amazon warehouses and trade union representatives from Germany and Poland. The European Parliament has a long history with Amazon because they have refused earlier to participate in hearings in the European Parliament. And today, once again, we invited a representative from the senior management level in Amazon to engage in discussions on working conditions and monitoring of surveillance of workers in the warehouses. And once again, Amazon refused to send representatives of senior management to the European Parliament because clearly these companies feel that they are not accountable to institutions such as the European Parliament or national decision makers anywhere. We have lots of other similar examples from European policies. When the European Parliament last mandate worked on the Platform Work Directive, which I'm sure you all know. You probably also know the immense amount of influence that the different platform companies tried to exercise in this legislation. Especially have been mentioned Volt and Bolt, and the way they influenced the Estonian government, which at one point withdrew their support. And the close relations between Bolt and the Estonian Deputy General for Economy was also raised in media. She had previously worked for Bolt and also held stock options, which of course caused a lot of concern there. And also in France, we know how the platform lobby tried to influence the position of the French government, which also at one point withdrew their support for this legislation, which luckily then at the end was passed, but not in the most ambitious form, not in the form we would have needed it. And now, once again, when member states are supposed to translate this legislation into their national laws, we are once again seeing how these companies are trying to influence national decision-making processes. I could mention an example from my own home country, when the Finnish government participated in the ILO conference this month regarding building global common rules for gig work. The Finnish government took Volt in the official delegation of the Finnish government to participate in this ILO conference. And once again now on European Union level, the next big fight that we're going to have is around a possible general directive regarding algorithmic management and AI in the workplace. Because the Platform Work Directive, which had some very important provisions regarding transparency and information rights of workers and trade unions, is only limited to people working in the platform economy. So what we are trying now to push for is a general directive on algorithmic management. The Amazon warehouse workers is a very good example of workers that are not within the realm of the Platform Work Directive. Therefore, we need a general directive to strengthen the rights of workers and trade unions when it comes to these types of influence and using these kinds of digital tools for monitoring and surveillance of workers. And once again, we are hearing and seeing how these big tech companies are trying to influence the Commission to stop the commissioner in charge from being able to present this kind of legislative initiative to the European Parliament, which we need as the legislator to be able to pass this kind of legislation. So the power dimensions, when talking about platform power, go all the way from the power they have to monitor, surveillance an individual worker, to the way in which they are trying to influence politics and decision-making processes, not only in the US, where we, of course, in the Trump administration are seeing this whole even stronger alliance between big tech and politics, but also here in Europe within the European Union decision-making.
Okay, thank you, Lee. I leave the floor to Giulia Druetta.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm a labor lawyer and I work in the first legal case concerning protection of rider sector in Italy on contract reclassification and also on labor exploitation. This lawsuit concerning Foodora, Glovo, Deliveroo and Uber, so every society was concerned by this lawsuit. My perspective focus on regulation of the sector. However, my method has always been based on listening to workers and on training paths about their rights. I think it's not possible to achieve results if there is no awareness among workers and if there is no political objective. That's very important also for the lawsuit. The major issue that concerning platform power, in my opinion, can be divided into groups. One is propaganda and manipulation aimed at modifying the basic concept of labor law. The other is lack of transparency in work organization. Concerning the first one, the slogan of freedom of rider, the slogan of novelty of the sector, and consequently needs of new regulation or lack of regulation is not true. And has an impact, this kind of propaganda has an impact both on public opinion, but also in legal practitioner. So judge, lawyers, and other subject. The defense of the platform company changed the concept of employment contract that has been reduced to the sole existence of an obligation to accept the order. But in my opinion, there are other elements that we have to valorize in this speech, that we have to consider the organization of the product cycle, which is completely external to rider, the imposition of working and economic condition, and the control of the platform. I think that we have to focus on that and not to play the same game of the propaganda of the platform. Another point is that the platform defense focus on attacking the concept of working hours. This maybe can seem not important, but is very important in court. The platform goal is to pay only for delivery time and not for the time of availability. This means that there is unpaid labor time in order to access to the paid labor time. And this is such important with the new system of free logins that force riders to stay on the road, wait for the order, and not to be paid for that. And if in court we arrive to certify that this time has not to be paid, will be a very big problem for also the other sector. The other question that I mentioned before is transparency in work organization. Riders doesn't know or doesn't understand how works algorithm and doesn't have access to data. It's not important that there is the law. The important thing is the law have to be applied. And we have in this sector, for example, riders are not well informed about the point, the GPS position, etc. So it's common that when we lawyer, we request data, platform don't provide it or provide it like 5,000 pages in PDF and not in Excel, for example. Or they claim, oh, we don't have it, I'm sorry. So, it is always, I never have data in my life. It's 9 years that I work on that, okay? And it happens frequently on connection time. So the time that the rider is connected to the platform, that in my opinion is the working time. In a legal case, that means, I make you some example to make you understand how it's important, that it's not possible to determine working hours precisely. So the consequences in court is that overtime is not recognized by the judge, so will be not paid. For me, I have 5 minutes, I can go on. No, because I can pass because I have other thing to do in the second question. There is many problems, so there is more problem than solution, but I will try to pass the microphone. Thank you.
Perfect.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Sorry for my English. Okay. Primary. Okay. From a point of view, the power of platform in the food delivery sector is particularly evident on 3 fundamental levels. First, control over workers. Platforms like Deliveroo, Glovo, and Uber Eats use a very centralized business model. They externalize risks, placing them on the riders, and accumulates value through opaque algorithms and limited information. Riders are not considered employees, but independent workers. However, in reality, their work is controlled by the app. The app decides working hours, routes, priority, and scores. This means riders have very little control over their job. This is a clear example of platform power. Second level is a lack of regulation. Riders often do not have social protection, insurance, or union rights. Platform operate in a legal gray area that lets them use thousands of workers without hiring them. Their power lies in this regulatory gap. Unfortunately, the political context doesn't help. So far, institutions have completely failed to address the problem. A small step forward has been taken with the 2024 EU directive on platform work, which must be transposed into Italian law by December 1st, 2026, so near. It introduced a presumption of employment, meaning it will be up to the platform to prove that riders are not employees. But at the moment, platforms still hold most of the power. Third, lack of transparency in algorithms. The platform system can stop assign deliveries to a rider without any explanation, with the possibility of implementing discriminatory action against rider. This is also creates competition between riders. pushed by the scoring system, and creates an atmosphere of isolation and makes collective organizing extremely difficult. The challenge today is to break this search of power. We need a strong political solution made together with workers and unions. To the competition among riders, we must respond with a united front to fight for the new rights. In Palermo, we showed it's possible. In March, we organized one of the biggest rider strikes in Italy, with 8 days of service shutdown, 100% participation, with 1,300 riders. A really big strike. And Nicola, puoi aiutarmi nella traduzione? Voglio aggiungere un pezzo, perché si è parlato molto di organizzazione dei rider, unione per lottare. Per organizzare questo sciopero noi abbiamo destrutturato il concetto di sciopero. Quindi abbiamo organizzato non il solito sciopero con il corteo, tutti insieme in una piazza. Noi abbiamo creato diversi punti di presidio davanti ai McDonald's, perché con la divisione che c'è tra i rider è impossibile informare tutti i rider, quindi creavamo presidi davanti ai McDonald's per fare in modo che aderisse la totalità dei rider. Quindi è proprio un concetto diverso di blocco del servizio, un'azione nuova, se si può dire.
So, Olga, I will translate actually.
Grazie.
So to organize this strike with 100% participation, the union essentially destructured the concept of the traditional concept of strike, rather than calling a strike and then go in a demonstration, to make sure to overcome division between riders and make sure that most of them, all of them actually, took part to the strike. They created like we can call maybe picket points in front of the places where they work, specifically McDonald's shops, in order to overcome this fragmentation and isolation.
And if this is not enough, we will continue to challenge the system in court. We've had several important legal victories in recent years, many in Palermo. In 2020, a Palermo court recognized for the first time that a Glovo rider was employed. In 2023, another ruling found the scoring system used by the platform to be discriminatory. And this is our challenge. This is all. Thank you.
Sì, prendi quello così è più facile.
Ciao a tutte e tutti, io mi scuso già e non parlerò in inglese, così evito anche di fare brutte figure e utilizzo un traduttore.
So I will translate for Marco, bear with me, but yeah, please.
Purtroppo la scuola italiana non è stata utile con me. Niente, allora mi presento, mi chiamo Marco Zanotto, faccio parte di ADL Cobas, che è una realtà sindacale di base, dove noi saremmo intercategoriali, ma di fatto il nostro intervento maggiormente è nei magazzini della logistica e con i driver, quelli che si occupano della distribuzione delle merci, quindi quelli che guidano i furgoni e vanno a distribuire merci.
So yes, Marco is from the ADL Cobas, which is a grassroots trade union. And while the union operates across different sectors, their main area of intervention currently is in the logistics sector, and in particular with those drivers which are tasked with the distribution of goods.
Il settore della logistica è un settore che si è sviluppato, diciamo, recentemente, soprattutto negli ultimi decenni, ed è legato molto alla delocalizzazione e alla globalizzazione, perché ovviamente le merci le puoi andare a produrre altrove, ma poi devono circolare. Tant'è che nei nostri territori abbiamo visto sempre di più trasformarsi le zone industriali in grandi interporti.
So the logistics sector has grown significantly over the last few decades, and this is related to the process of delocalization and globalization, which makes circulation of goods possible even if you don't produce goods in the same place. And in fact, what they observed as union is that there has been a process of deindustrialization of areas, which in turn have seen the birth of logistical warehouses, essentially, interporti.
Sono nati grandi corrieri, DHL, SDA, GLS e via discorrendo. FedEx, che prima era TNT, eccetera. Ovviamente l'e-commerce e quindi le piattaforme digitali hanno avuto un impatto molto forte all'interno di questi magazzini.
Of course, so a number of companies have become important, DHL, SDA, GLS, FedEx, and of course the rise of e-commerce has had an important has been an important factor in promoting this drive.
Il lavoro all'interno dei magazzini è un lavoro molto razzializzato, c'è una presenza migrante molto forte, il 90%, ed è legata soprattutto ai flussi migratori e alle leggi sulle migrazioni.
So work in warehouses is racialized. Over 90% of the workforce often is migrant. And of course, therefore, the workforce is impacted by the process of regulation of migration flows.
Sono sviluppate delle lotte perché all'interno di quei magazzini, proprio per la composizione anche di lavoratori all'interno, c'era una illegalità diffusa, cioè nel senso che banalmente non venivano pagati regolarmente perché non venivano rispettati i contratti collettivi, c'erano forme di caporalato e la difficoltà che avevano i lavoratori inizialmente era legata alla precarietà, perché ovviamente per avere il permesso di soggiorno in Italia bisogna lavorare per poterci stare, quindi sei costretto a accettare qualsiasi condizione di lavoro.
So struggles in the warehouses actually were connected also to the composition of this racialized composition of the workforce. What was driving the struggle was the presence of widespread illegalities such as gang mastering. There was no respect of collective bargaining agreements. And of course, there was also an issue related to precariousness because as a migrant workers in Italy, your permit to stay in the country is related to having a work contract, and therefore workers end up being forced to accept any kind of job in order to have their permit to stay.
Mi scuso con la mia collega, ma un po' c'è stata anche una responsabilità da parte dei sindacati confederali dentro questo settore, perché hanno permesso che questo avvenisse senza intervenire.
There was also a responsibility, with apologies to Olga, there was also a responsibility of confederal trade unions in allowing this, but you can also debate this later.
No, l'avvento dell'e-commerce ha avuto un'importanza fondamentale perché le grandi piattaforme ovviamente stanno diventando sempre di più, soprattutto anche dopo il Covid, i clienti principali di queste aziende della logistica.
So the rise of e-commerce, as mentioned, has been an important factor in driving the growth of the logistics sector because big e-commerce platforms, especially after COVID, became the main customers of these logistic companies.
Questo potere non è solo un potere economico di questi grandi magnati che si possono chiamare dei tecnofeudatari, come li chiama qualcuno, perché oltre appunto ad avere il potere economico e quindi quasi un monopolio della distribuzione delle merci, oggi riescono ad avere un'influenza anche nei politica e decisionale anche nei nostri paesi. Basti vedere insomma anche nell'elezione di Trump il ruolo che hanno avuto alcune di queste figure e basti vedere anche cosa succederà questo fine settimana a Venezia, dove ci permettono anche di poter comprare una città, in questo caso Jeff Bezos, per poter fare il proprio matrimonio e trasformarlo nel suo parco giochi. Una città come Venezia.
The power that these companies hold is not only an economic power. There is now the expression of techno-feudalism to describe the power of these gigantic companies, because they also exert an influence on political processes. You could see this in the election of Trump, but also more recently in Italy, we can observe this in Venice. With the marriage of Jeff Bezos, which is essentially transforming the city in a Disneyland.
Niente, per cui non voglio neanche ripetermi sull'altro potere che è la forma di controllo, il controllo nei confronti dei lavoratori. Pensiamo solamente a chi lavora dentro i magazzini Amazon, che sono gli hub e le station di Amazon, o chi si occupa della distribuzione, spesso in appalto, con delle aziende in appalto, che subiscono un controllo costante che va dalla modalità di distribuzione alla velocità, ai tempi di riposo.
Of course, not to speak of the other power, the control over workers that these companies exercise. And you can just look at what happens in Amazon warehouses, but also in workers working in the distribution of goods, who often work for outsourced companies, who are subject to a constant control on their work process, including, for instance, on the rapidity of the work process, on the breaks, and so on.
E molto spesso, prima lo diceva l'avvocatessa, viene anche utilizzato, no, un'immagine di queste grandi compagnie tecnologiche che utilizzano l'immagine della tecnologia, dell'automazione come forma di liberazione, e invece è sempre più una forma di schiavitù e di controllo.
Why these companies, as we also heard from Giulia Druetta remarks, use the image gene of automation as a form of freedom. In reality, automation is used as a form of control.
Sulle difficoltà che troviamo come organizzazioni sindacali, sebbene nei magazzini ci sia la possibilità di organizzare i lavoratori perché hanno un luogo fisico, hanno un posto dove si trovano, e quindi si riesce anche a farli stare insieme e a concepirsi come classe, come un tutt'uno. In questo usiamo anche uno slogan che è tocca uno, tocca una, tocca a tutti. In realtà poi per chi lavora nelle piattaforme digitali questo è molto più difficile, perché molto spesso è un lavoro frammentizzato, un lavoro online, non c'è un luogo fisico, un lavoro precario, perché appunto un lavoro di finta autonomia, non è realmente un lavoro autonomo, però molti hanno contratti a partita IVA, contratti di collaborazione, e quello è difficile metterli insieme, ed è difficile anche poterli organizzare, perché non si sentono un tutt'uno in realtà. Anche loro si sentono anche in competizione tra di loro, anche perché sempre di più il feedback che arriva cioè il feedback del cliente e le recensioni hanno un'influenza molto importante per queste grandi piattaforme, e influisce anche sul lavoro e la stabilità del lavoro.
In terms of the obstacle to organizing, while in warehouses, it's easier to organize workers because you have a physical workplace where workers stay together and they can start to think themselves as a class. And the union use this slogan of like a damage to one and a damage to all. Of course, in platforms, it's harder to do so because of the fragmentation of the work process, because of the fact that often the work is done online and not physically, because it's a precarious work, which often is essentially a form of bogus self-employment. and where it's difficult also because workers often feel they don't feel together because there is competition between them, because often the feedback from customers has also an influence on the work process and foster competition.
Oggi un'ulteriore invece difficoltà che potremmo trovare, soprattutto qua in Italia, ed è legata sempre al potere di queste piattaforme, è legata anche alle leggi restrittive che poi i governi decidono di applicare. Penso alla legge sicurezza che è stata appena approvata, dove viene penalizzata la forma di lotta che è quella classica dei magazzini e dei driver, degli autisti, che è quella di bloccare la merce, viene penalizzata diventando reato il blocco stradale, e questo è un regalo che ovviamente viene fatto a tutto il mondo della logistica, che oggi ha un ruolo centrale nell'economia nazionale, e soprattutto appunto a queste grandi piattaforme. Pensate solo che il ministro Piantedosi ha fatto riferimento agli scioperi della logistica per giustificare questo provvedimento, che sicurezza non è. La sicurezza è quella sul lavoro e non...
Another factor which augments the power of platforms is the approval of restrictive laws, such as the recently approved Decreto Sicurezza, Security Decree, which essentially criminalize the most used form of struggle of logistic workers in Italy, which is essentially blocking the flows of goods, which now becomes criminalized. And this is essentially a gift to logistic companies. It's a gift to platform companies. And the Interior Minister was very explicit in referring to the strikes in the logistics sector to justify the introduction of this safety decree, when in reality the only safety we should care about is worker safety.
Mi fermo perché sono stato anche troppo lungo.
Okay. Apologies for going over the 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Akkanut. I'm come from Bangkok. I actually wear 2 hats. I'm a researcher, study on platform economy for more than 7 years. And also I am a co-founder of platform co-ops for workers in Thailand. So talking about power, so I have 2 different perspectives from 2 different approach according to different hats that I have. First one, as a researcher, I quite agree with our comrades here that discuss about all kind of power. Many of us agree on the power of control over workers through algorithm, right? There are a few others platform power that I would like to address. For example, which I think it's a very important, is the data and information, the power over data and information of the platform, right? Because the platform are able to manipulate the data and informations. And this is a very critical point for me, because it leads to what we call asymmetric information, right? And these make platform have market power, so they can manipulate all groups of users, consumers, workers, and even the states, right? This may lead to what we call market failure, right? Where even we have demand, we have supply, right? But sometimes transaction is not happen because these 2 different groups has perceived wrong information, especially pricings and compensate for the workers, right? Even neoliberal economists, those who believe that market can solve all the problem, also worry about this point of asymmetric information, because it will lead to the market failure. So I think this is a very important power that we discuss about it less, especially in my country. Another power is political power. In Thailand, we see that platform try to lobby the state and try to legalize their activities. See? Nowadays, ride-hailing in Thailand is become legalized. So it's create tensions between traditional workers and platform workers, right? The political power of platform is not limited only in a country, but in a global stage. I just came back from Geneva, where we just had the International Labour Conference, and we see how states that are supposed to protect workers, you know, they are really protect the company. And 2 weeks that we are in the meeting, we achieved only 9 points out of 78 points of the conclusion. This is very slow, you know, and this will drag at least for the next year. So political power of the platform was also very critical for me. And from another point of view, I am working closely with traditional workers and platform workers to create a platform that workers own by themselves. So I realized that the workers' power is very important. And sadly, they were weakening by mechanism created by platform themselves or the laws that very outdated, you know. So it is very important to make workers realize that they themselves can, you know, create a negotiation power, not only for the platform, not only for the consumers, but also to the states. Right? So this is what I find from, you know, being both researchers and platform cooperatives.
Yes. How? Sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is James Oyange. I'm a former TikTok content moderator. Currently, I am a soon-to-be certified data protection officer. And yes, I'm one of the lead organizers for the African Content Moderators Union. Let me first start by apologizing. Yeah, I was finding my way here and got lost along the way. And as the famous Italian usually says, la mie scuse, right? My apologies for coming late. Thank you. Maybe, are we talking about, yeah, question 1 or question 2?
Question one.
Okay.
So on platform power, from your specific point of view.
Yeah, so from my vantage point as a data rights or digital rights activist, and also a former content moderator, how I see platform power is usually the unchecked control, you know, the tech companies usually have over us, you know, and the power usually comes from the work that we do not being visible. Many a times you see how advanced AI is, or how maybe when you're using your social media handles, how it's being termed from the outside that this is work that AI does. But in the behind the scenes or behind the curtains, it's individuals like us who usually do that work, you know. From a user's perspective, if you go to your various social media app, TikTok, Facebook, or even Instagram or X, you know, you'll be very happy to see the funny videos or the dancing around, and you know, something that will make you laugh or get informed. But behind the scenes, there usually is a very hidden world that most of the users don't see. So we are basically the people who make sure the digital spaces continue staying safe. And in my context, you know, us being hidden eventually makes the big tech companies be more powerful, because they can control the narrative and they can say whatever they want, because they know we have a constant supply of people who will be doing this work. Not so long ago, we saw Meta's founder, Mark Zuckerberg, when he was arguing that they want to do away with content moderation and venturing into the platform or how X does it, the fact-checking aspect of it, But for us as people who have done moderation, we see it as a fallacy, because you can only fact-check information and things to do with documented words, You cannot fact-check the gruesome or the disturbing content that are there, Those are things you see and then you moderate. So this power, it usually enables the companies, making us hidden. It usually enables them to enhance their exploitative narratives, and also it erases the worker voices, and which eventually sidelines us, As I was working as a content moderator for TikTok, I didn't know that we had other moderators who are working for Meta. What's the reason? It's because there's usually an invisible wall that you're being made not to make the step towards getting to know what is really happening. You only get to understand the realities once you've been left or you've been dismissed of your work. Is when now you start understanding, we have like a movement or other people who are existing in this. So yeah, for me, that's how I can understand things to do with platform power, and it's usually, the weak enforcement of this usually makes, us as the workers very vulnerable and invisible, because another aspect that enables the platform power is that when you have the invisibility of us working for these platforms, it's very easy for the company to create a narrative, For example, for me, from my employment contracts, right, it was reading a customer service representative. There was nowhere to show that I was a content moderator. And then you're being given NDAs that tie you down. Don't say this thing, even if you're fired for the next 30 years. You're not supposed to talk about what you are doing, So you can see how it enhances platform power, of which is usually at the detriment of the people who are working, So you don't have anywhere to share. You cannot speak about the work. We have people who are coming from different countries, like regionally in Africa, to come and work in Kenya. They cannot say, this is what I'm working in this. Imagine me coming to Italy, but I can't say the kind of work I'm working. And people back home expect you to share a little bit about that. So for my question one, that's how I can explain things to do with platform power. Yeah.
Thank you all for the first round of answers. Now we can start with the second. The second question for our guest is related to our fourth stream. As you know, we have four streams in this conference, one on intersectionality, gender and migration, one on regulation, one on social movement and organizing, unions, and one on cooperatives. We asked to all participants to this roundtable to connect their expertise to one or an intersection of two issues of our conference to develop new ideas that could be useful for the debate and for those choose days of study. So I will start again the round with Lee Anderson that come first. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think my answer to question number 2 will actually link to all of the themes that you are dealing with at the conference, but I will also be more specific regarding the proposal for a new directive on algorithmic management. But I think really what is a positive development, we all now painted kind of the depressing image of what platform power means and how it shows in society. But I think there are also a lot of positive developments now that also help us counter the propaganda that was mentioned during round 1. Firstly, I would point to the organizing of different workers in the platform economy, the workers working in warehouses that are affected by these different forms of algorithmic management and control. And I think you can also see, we see both the new organizing among these workers, but then we also see the traditional trade unions, I think, being way more active and proactive than they were previously, and also organizing together with many of these groups of gig workers. And as was also mentioned, this is a global phenomena, but the mechanics of the platforms is exactly the same everywhere. It is about pushing work outside the work contract. And I think this also creates opportunities for global organizing and for north-south, whatever concept you want to use in this respect, for cooperation in a global scale, in a way that we are maybe not actually used to, but that we definitely need also to counter the platform power. So I've had very interesting exchanges with, for example, organizers from India, learning about what type of regulatory solutions they have been campaigning for there. Very interesting to hear also our colleague from Thailand talking about their experiences there. And I think we need to also do more to connect the people that are organizing in different parts of the world, because that is also a way to create pressure. It's a way both to counter the propaganda of the platforms that we heard, on freedom and, the right to choice and whatever they want to use. But then, of course, it's also a way to put pressure on regulatory solutions. We know, after the adoption of the Platform Work Directive in Europe, we are all facing the same big battle on national level. So this directive, it's the same schedule everywhere to be transposed into the national law of all the different European Union countries. And that is an extremely important battle, because the national legislation there is room when it comes to how ambitious different countries will be in the transposition of this directive. So this is kind of one crucial moment also to fight for as an ambitious transposition as possible, also drawing on the legal cases that we have more and more from different countries around Europe, where courts, for example, have decided in favor of a working contract, or have fined companies for the ways in which they have used algorithms to monitor workers. So we have also more and more legal cases to build on in this regard. We also have, we have internationally interesting examples. I mentioned my discussions with the organizers from India. We have the Spanish writers' law. So we also have national examples that we can draw on in terms of how legislators have been trying to address these issues. And in addition to this, we have the fight on European level for a general directive on algorithmic management and the use of AI in working life. At the moment, it looks like we have a political majority in, for example, the Committee on Employment in favor of a new directive on algorithmic management, a general one that would set general kind of standards for transparency and information for workers and trade unions. This also means that we will be once again facing the same kind of battles that we did with the Platform Work Directive. So convincing also national governments to side in favor of a general directive. So facing once again the lobby machinery of these big platform and big tech companies that, of course, do not want any regulation. But so far, I think it's the fight is still there. And it's been a positive surprise, actually, for me to see that we also have a political majority, including the right wing, in the Employment Committee in favor of a new general directive. Then, in addition to this, data was also mentioned, which I think is a very important aspect when we talk about power. And we know that there are some interesting examples happening around workers' data trusts or workers' data collectives. And we should also be using these examples internationally to show how it is possible to build collective powers, accountability, and alternatives also through data and through fighting for provisions protecting workers' rights to their own data as a way also to create conditions for building these workers' collectives around data. Because I think if there is something that the world needs at the moment, it is alternative models for the digital economy. And if you want to be an optimist, I think with all that we are seeing with this new technological feudalism and the tech oligarchs, the influence they are having on policymaking and so on, I do think that there is a political opening for discussion alternative models for the digital economy. I think looking at Europe, especially at the moment, where there seems to be among the political establishment a complete lack of courage, a complete lack of imagination, a complete lack of willingness to kind of look beyond of what could be the alternative to what we are seeing in these huge global tech companies and the way they're trying to influence also the European model. So I think there is a lot for us in terms of organizing and in terms of exchanging policies, exchanging examples that can be done to work together and to organize internationally to show that there are alternative models for the digital economy, and also for us to be able to identify how we then can try and push also through policy to push as strongly as possible for this alternative direction.
In my opinion, regulation advocacy go with workers' organization. Our combination cannot be separated. First of all, we have to maintain a high level of conflict. That's very important for institution and for the fight against the society. So push institution to address the issue and remember that this society understands only money issue. Okay, if you go against the money, they are worried. If you don't do that, they don't mind. Simply, this is the way of thinking. So we have to use the few protection that exist and make him pay this platform as much as possible. Okay, that's my personal objective when I go in court. Bring from the take off from the platform and give to the workers, because they need and they deserve it. But for example, push the institution in Italy, and we start with the case, but the Italian National Labor Inspectorate and the prosecutor of Milan, after the first case, start an investigation on that platform. This resulted in a sanction related to the payment of social security and insurance contribution. The total amount is, for example, for one, is around the 600 million. Now they appealed that, and so is a little bit reduced. I don't know the amount because it's a general decision of the judge, but is high, like 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. So this amount can be dangerous for them. And I think we have to push institutions to work on this road. So take the money, go with the money. Another important aspect is involving workers in the development of the claim. This involvement is important. It is conscious and based on worker education about the right. Many riders, both Italian and foreign, have never had experience with a normal job. That's true. Okay, I can swear. And therefore, they have no idea about what their rights, opportunity, what they can claim. So often reactionary propaganda promote disinformation and compromise. These compromise are based on a specific strategy. It's better to add a few benefits to freelance contract to close yourself in a rigid employment contract. So if riders or workers in general are not educated to their right, to what is a normal contract, they will be manipulated by that, obviously. We must do the opposite. So we have to try to expand the concept of employee, involving riders themselves. For example, in Turin, Milano, first in my office, after with the help of USB Union, we create a training path that often became a moment of listening for riders. And we develop a list of demands. It takes time because I started alone in 2021, so a long time ago. And after in 2020, at the end of 2022, the union joined us and obviously they give us more power, more place to see, more people that can help to organize these paths. But I think that this is the key of the development of the fight. If workers are trained, they understand that stable contract offers more protection. If they are not trained, there are real risk of manipulation. And also urban myths that dominate the sector. You know, there is if you have the contract, maybe you cannot get married. I make an example. It's not that example, but there are many myths that are in the sector follow the dichotomy contract or autonomous employee or autonomous. So a fundamental aspect to avoid this problem is to listening which are the problem or the concrete needs of worker. Because we must understand the reason why some of them have doubt or try to find, and we have to try to find some solution. So, for example, the rider said, if I'm an employee, I cannot reject the order. But if the order is too far, I need to do that because it's too heavy for me. No, it's too. If an order demands a physical effort, an important physical effort cannot be done by the rider. It can be also dangerous. And I think it is not related on the contract. This same order can be given to a rider that go with car or with motorbike. So why a bike have to do this order of 7 kilometers? 7 kilometers with this weather is a lot. So, and in that moment, these two contracts, for example, Just Eat that have the employee contract and Glovo doesn't have, the rider think, yeah, with Just Eat, I'm forced to do every order. With Glovo, no. And if I'm starving because I need to eat something, or if I have to go to the toilet, I will lose the job with Just Eat. So we have to speak with them to listen which are the problem, because this problem, we can solve it, extending the concept of employees. Another problem that I want to share with you, because I know that there is many union here and expert, and we have to face it, is that many riders have a family abroad. So they don't come back to their family for 1, 2, 3 years. And when they come back, they want to stay more than 15 days or 20 days. It's normal. So we have to think about unpaid leave absence in add to vacation time. Vacation time is paid. We have to think another institute to give the permission to this rider not to be fired, because a lot of riders, most of the riders, I think 90% of riders that I follow with the firing, with the dismissal case in Just Sit, it was because they were in holiday and then they didn't come back the exact day. No? And why? Because the society didn't give them the vacation time. So if this is a real problem, a concrete problem, and we can solve it with a national contract, a special contract for riders. Yes, maybe, but we have to pay attention, because the first special contract for riders in Italy was made by Cgil union, that is a right-far union, and was for independent contractor. So I'm afraid, and I want to say that because here we are the most left part of the Cgil riders, so it's the right opportunity for me to say that we have to avoid to do the same kind of contract now with the major union, because the contract with the independent contractor is has already been done by the major union for the shopper, the rider of the come si dice la spesa, of the that bring the shop when you go to the supermarket. Okay, this kind of rider have an independent contractor, national independent contractor signed by the major union. So we have to pay attention that if we ask a national contract about riders, we don't do the same, okay, that we have done for the shopper in 2024. And the last thing that I wanted to say, I take like 2 minutes more this time, because the speech of the comrade from Bangkok make me remember about a book that I read that was Sarzana, the CEO of Deliveroo. One chapter was named Vietato Vietare, that is banning is banned. And it theorized specifically the same. They want to go inside a country, change the regulation for their affair, for their privilege. So we have to avoid that. And how to avoid that, we have to come back to the basic things. So push institutions to do their job, unionization of workers, and have a strong political direction on the side of rider, not confused in the middle. Okay, thank you.
Attempts of building grassroots solidarity from below. But now, Olga, please.
All of these areas are important in fighting platform power. As I say, the regulation worker and the organization are the key. But perhaps what's rider like all rider, all workers in this country really need, I think it's a law on union representation. Favoring the extension of collective agreements signed by the main trade unions. I'm sorry. In my career, but this is same for you, Chad. This is in my career as a trade unionist, I too often seen a situation in which companies see indecent contracts with the convenience union. This is exactly what's happened with the UGL rider national agreement, the same that she talked. In 2020, after years of struggle, national strike, and the negotiation table supported by the government and Minister Di Maio, the welfare ended with the ASSO delivery signing contract a contract with UGL, a union with almost no real worker representation, legitimizing the rider status as self-employed. So, just like in Parliament, in labor negotiation, workers must be able to choose who represent them. And company must negotiate with the unions that truly represent the worker voice. I think this.
Allora, io penso che una delle cose fondamentali in questo momento, anche per contrastare questo potere delle piattaforme digitali, sia quella di riuscire a dare anche ai lavoratori una visione globale di cosa rappresentano. Perché molto spesso c'è questa distinzione che abbiamo come esseri umani, siamo lavoratori da una parte, persone dall'altra, e invece riuscire a far comprendere che siamo nello stesso tempo lavoratori, persone che vivono in un mondo che purtroppo è sempre più complesso, per non usare altre parole, insomma.
I believe that one of the fundamental things to do to countervail platform power is to give to workers a global vision of what they are. Often there is a separation between the workers' identity and the identity as people, as citizens, but we should give to workers a global vision that they are both workers and also people who live in a rather complex world.
Questo lo dico perché è uno sforzo che come realtà sindacale stiamo cercando di fare, trovando nell'intersezionalità delle lotte una delle cose più giuste che ci possono essere in questo momento. Perché, per esempio, se noi facciamo delle battaglie ambientali, facciamo delle battaglie sul genere e non comprendiamo anche le battaglie sociali, queste battaglie sono fine a se stesse e non ottengono un risultato che in questo mondo è necessario, insomma, di cambiamento reale.
So an effort that we're doing as trade union organization is to work on intersectionality as one of the most helpful struggle that it can be done. So it doesn't make sense to separate for instance, environmental struggles or gender struggles from social struggles.
Normalmente come sindacato, come gli altri sindacati, cerchiamo di rispondere ai bisogni delle persone. E chiaramente rispondendo ai bisogni abbiamo visto che c'è anche la possibilità di mettere insieme le persone anche nelle differenze. Faccio un esempio: la scorsa settimana abbiamo fatto per la prima volta organizzato uno sciopero contro la guerra. Abbiamo portato in piazza, organizzato per la prima volta dai lavoratori e non dalle associazioni, abbiamo portato per la prima volta in piazza i lavoratori, avevi 50 nazionalità diverse che stavano dicendo no alla guerra, avevi l'indiano col pakistano, c'era sicuramente tutte le popolazioni africane, l'ucraino col russo, e questo è nato perché nelle lotte che abbiamo fatto abbiamo sempre cercato di dare una risposta ai bisogni, e questo è importante perché anche sulla questione di genere ci ha portato a rompere quel meccanismo che per esempio dentro un magazzino della logistica, dove è un lavoro molto maschile perché è un lavoro di fatica, c'è sempre stata precedentemente e prima di queste forme di lotta una frammentazione tra i lavoratori, una differenziazione anche su base etnica e di genere. Però la lotta sul bisogno li ha portati a stare insieme.
So as a trade union, we try to respond to people's needs, and this offers the possibility to actually put together different people. So for instance, last week we held a strike against war, which put together people from dozens of different nationalities, from workers from India, from Pakistan, from Ukraine, from Russia. And we apply this concept by addressing people's need. We try to apply this concept also to issues such as gender issues, because in warehouses, where work is segmented also along gender lines. Is primarily male work because of the physical effort. Often there are mechanisms of fragmentation of the workforce along both ethnic and gender lines. But by starting from this approach of responding to workers' needs, we actually try to overcome this fragmentation.
Per aggiungere insomma qualcos'altro dico questo, che sostanzialmente appunto le lotte hanno portato il conflitto. Sicuramente poi deve essere anche legato all'informazione, perché giustamente, anche come veniva detto prima, c'è anche una mancanza di informazione. Possono portare anche a questa concezione di classe, cioè di unità, ma unità come cittadini, come persone, perché oggi non è un problema solo del lavoro, del luogo di lavoro dove vivo, ma il problema è che l'attacco alla democrazia è in tutti gli spazi che viviamo, anche nei posti di lavoro. Quindi anche un'altra battaglia fondamentale per noi è la battaglia di democrazia, dove per esempio come realtà sindacale ci troviamo spesso esclusi dalle trattative, nonostante rappresentiamo magari in molti posti e nei maggiori corrieri la maggioranza dei lavoratori, però non ci permettono di stare nei tavoli di trattativa. Quindi il fatto di mettersi insieme permette di fare delle battaglie e di unire queste battaglie, che secondo me sono appunto quelle battaglie che si sono sviluppate in questi anni e che riguardano anche direttamente il potere delle piattaforme digitali, quindi le battaglie sull'ambiente, sulla questione di genere, contro il razzismo, perché il razzismo è stato sempre funzionale al capitalismo e la differenziazione delle persone è sempre stata necessaria, perché se la mia persona vale meno di quella di un altro, cioè se io valgo meno, considero un altro che abbia un valore minore, posso anche giustificare lo sfruttamento e altre forme anche peggiori, magari di oppressione.
Struggles and conflict have to be linked also to workers for education, as was mentioned before. In our struggle, we try to put forward this conception of workers as a class, but also, as mentioned before, of this conception of workers also as citizen, because often the issues that workers face are not only related to the workplace, for instance, the recent attack to democracy. At the same time, this attack to democracy is also visible on the workplace. For instance, the union complains about the fact that they are often excluded from the bargaining table in the logistics sector, even when they represent a majority of the workers. So it is necessary to unite together to fight struggles on different but interconnected issues, such as the environmental issue, gender issues, and also against racism, which actually is functional to the working of capitalism, because if I start to justify the logic that different people are valued differently, then I might accept the worst form of exploitation.
Concludo col dire che appunto noi ci siamo sempre basati sul cercare di dare una risposta ai bisogni. Io penso che oggi per tutti sia necessario indagare sui desideri, perché i bisogni sono qualcosa di immediato del presente. Il desiderio è qualcosa che invece riguarda il futuro e quindi può anche dare un'immaginazione su una società diversa, perché è necessario, perché oggi viviamo troppo sull'oggi e poco sulla costruzione del futuro.
And I conclude by saying that why we were always based on the necessity to give an answer to the workers' needs. At the same time, we should also think more, which is something that is very much related to present. We should also think more to desires, wishes, which are instead more connected to future. So essentially starting also to imagine a different society in the future. That all? Yeah, all. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna make it quick. I think what we have to do is that we will have to reclaim the power, the platform power, especially power control. And that would help on many of intersectionality problems that we are facing. Give you an example of my own survey. We found that the percentage of female workers to get a job was much less than male. And we found that it's not about the platform that designed that, but it's, byproducts of their matching algorithm. So there's one platform in Thailand that matched the job through the numbers of successful job in an hour. Okay, since female workers, they are mother, they are wife, right? So the numbers of hours that they work was far less than male. Male may work 12, 14 hours a day, but female, 9, 8 hours, right? So the number of successful, the rate was less, right? And because of that, the platform give jobs to the male workers more than female. It's not by design, but it's a product of their efficiency things, right? So when we found that, and when we happen to design our own platforms, so we think about how to make it fair. So we choose the matching algorithm that give the job to those workers that station nearest to the restaurant, no matter male or female. Okay, just only that it's already increased the chance for female workers to get more on the job. Okay, so this is a small example that we found that, well, if we think about it carefully, we can create a fairer algorithm. And how can we do that? Most of the workers, they would like to own the platform, but they cannot do by themselves, right? So we will have to draw in stakeholders, trade unions, authorities, or academic, get together. Those who think that this is a serious problem, we have to fix it, get together, work together, and I can see a positive opportunity of using technology for good, but that's not going to happen by chance. We got to do some intervention. At my research group, we have a bunch of students, the tech students, more than 20 of them, that working on several projects that we try to create platform for traditional workers and platform workers. And well, after 4 years, we found that tech students that tend to think about efficiency, fast, money making, they tend to think a little bit more, not very much, but a little bit more about inclusive, about, other problems that they are facing. So I think there is no other choice. We cannot just let it be like this. We will have to do some intervention, and I think there is some chance that we can make it, but we will have to bring the power of control back to the workers or those who think that this is a problem. Thank you.
Mine is also somehow similar, but what I usually envision on how to counter the platform power, and at the top of the list is usually organizing. There is power when people come together and speak in one voice, and that's something that, unfortunately, for somebody like me, I realized once I was fired, because doing it individually, just a little bit of example. I studied international relations at the university, and I majored in diplomacy. So, as a diplomat, you're not supposed to go out and, just stamp that you demand your rights and everything. So I was doing it, I was handling it in a diplomatic way, just stating the issues that are affecting the people in the workplace. But I didn't know, even in doing that diplomatically, I was blacklisted, which eventually led to me getting dismissed from my work. A similar thing happened to one of my comrades also, who was working at Meta. I think he was the first guy who managed to bring people together. And when it was time for them to now come to the office and speak as a group, that day he was the only one who came forward. It was easy for the company to do away with them. So organizing, if people or if workers speak in one voice, it will be very, 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 very difficult for the companies to do away with them or to, disregard them. An opportunity in this, we can see like we have like emerging groups that demand for change and rights. So from our context, we have from us or from the discussions that we've been having back home. I'm from Kenya, by the way. You find that there are also other groups of individuals who also come up. So currently, we handle or we deal with content moderators and data annotators, the people who do data annotation for AI. We also have other groups that are emerging from what we have done to speak for their own rights. Now, the challenge that comes with this, one of the challenges is the union busting policies. So earlier on, when we started off with our organizing, companies changed the contract, or when the contract was up for renewal, they inserted a union busting policy that the people need to follow for them to continue or to before they get onboarded into the new contract. And if you look at that other example, it's very detrimental, right? Like it doesn't make sense. Why should I not join an entity that speaks for my right? Doesn't really doesn't seem fair for people who are demanding for their rights. Another challenge, and for me, I usually find it as a bigger challenge, is the government influence in trying to organize. I don't know about this area specifically, but where I come from, we have opportunists. We have people who tend to jump on a thing that has potential. So for example, we know AI is for the future, and since it's a new thing, we have people from the government and some of their people who they deal with that want to jump on board. A perfect case in scenario is that we, as African content moderators, we want to form our own union, right? A new one, so that we can be able to perfectly advocate for our rights. But we have other existing unions that have been there since independence, the 1960s, that also want a hand in whatever we are doing, because back in the days, they used to get union people who are coming from the companies, right? But now that has changed. Now it's people who are doing tech and everything. So they want to jump on our wave and, get an opportunity from that. For us, when we join, we find that there's a huge bureaucracy. Like we don't click with them, But since they can't let that go, they go back to their government influence and, frustrate the hell out of us from registering. A good example is that we started the registration process from 2023 May, and up till today we haven't been given certification. It's just back and forth. Something that takes 6 months, it has taken close to 2 years. So it's a back and forth from the ministry. And once you start hearing well, you get the voices that say that you will not register up until you come back to us. So that is another challenge for organizing. And also now, obviously, the bigger one is in the journey or in the course of getting the registration or to organize. Unfortunately, some of the people who you're working with or the group that you're trying to bring change, along the way, some might get compromised, and it's usually, that one is usually the most disheartening, right? When you're trying to maybe fight for a certain group, or you're trying to fight for a group, and within your group, other people are compromised. I don't know if it's similar with here, and the compromising comes in that you find that we have decided to, work together to bring change, but amongst the 5 of us, maybe 2 have been approached aside by, the elements from the government or these existing unions to get information from us to bring back to them. And unfortunately, that's something that is happening, and it's usually, usually sickening to get that. But yeah, we move on. So that's some of the challenges that are happening or usually come about when we try to organize. And for me, another opportunity that needs to be implemented or needs to be focused on is regional solidarity. There needs to be regional consensus amongst the countries that do platform work. I think EU, there's usually something about the EU. I don't know, like for example, you see how maybe a telephone manufacturing company like iPhone wants to bring in a feature, and the EU says no, and they comply with it, right? But in Africa or in the global South, that is not the case. You find that a policy that is implemented in a country like Kenya is not implemented in a country like Uganda, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Nigeria. And what this brings about is that when we organize in Kenya and bring the heat on the platforms close shop and then they go to Nigeria. Then when the same thing happens in Nigeria, they leave Nigeria and then they go to Ghana, So there needs to be like a regional solidarity, and not only from the African perspective, but the global South, and even because I tend to focus more on the global South, because even if in Africa we decide as the 54 countries that we have these rules of, platform work engagement or something like that, the companies will still close shop and go to Asia, or even South America. So there needs to be like a regional solidarity to address the companies that are looking or seeking to, to set up shop in our respective regions. Yeah, those are my suggestions.
Unfortunately, Marco has a train to catch, so thanks all for the participation to the debate. Nicola.
Okay, thank you all the presenters for the very cool insights that they brought to the debate. Now I can open the floor to questions from the audience. I will start with collecting 3 questions and then a round of answers by participants. So raise your hands. And just a thing, introduce yourself with a name and institution.
Thanks for such a nice discussion. I'm Aders from Friedrichsruhe University in Vienna, Germany. Coming to the question of gender-based power, disbalance which platforms create. I was wondering if you ever come across the data entry data, like who are the people entering? Are the women's able to enter into the labor market as a labor force participant in the gig economy or the platform economy, or is there any structural problem? Like forget about platforms are certainly like like they are the avenues of employment. Like earlier, like migrants could not access jobs in the taxi trade because it was very much protected by particular class. But now, because of the internet, they can access that. Now, question comes that if the access is coming from, if the access to this platform labor market is coming from structural problems, even in the particularly coming from patriarchy or coming from patriarchy, or the people, particularly, or the women wants to take part in the platforms, and platforms are gendered, patriarchal in its own nature. Like I could not get this properly, so I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Does this work? Oh yeah, okay. Hi, I am Jacopo Tramontano. I am from Sapienza University. I am an economist. I wanted to ask the organizers in general, what is the role of communities in their struggle, whether or not they were able to build alliances that went beyond their sectoral specialty. In Italy in particular, but also in the whole Western world, and particularly with location-based platform work more in general, there has been an impact also on restaurants, talking about the rider's role, and there has been also an impact on libraries, shops, retail workers connected to these shops, with respect to what was happening in the logistics sector and the rise of e-commerce. This was particularly apparent in the urban setting, maybe more than the peripheral one, which is where most fulfillment centers are. But I think in both cases there are alliances that could be made potentially, whether or not has this happened in some way, and what are the hurdles and the challenges there? Thanks.
We can start replying these two, and then we can see if there are. Sorry, please. On mic.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Kaira Holz from Tallinn University of Technology from Estonia. And maybe just to comment on what Lee Anderson said about the heavy lobby work by Bolt and Wolt. And I wanted to raise a little bit also the issue of what is the role of us as researchers, because by living and working in Estonia, I have also been targeted by Bolt and Wolt as a researcher. And so been invited, Wolt constantly tries to invite me for lunch to discuss things, and Bolt has publicly criticized my research. And then after this EU directive, what happened was the ministries in Estonia, they gave out the assignment. Basically, they're trying to they're asking researchers to give them a proof why platform work is good and why platform business model is good and how to foster it. So we are, as a research, including myself, working on this project, trying to do the best we can because there are no other researchers. So I would like to raise what in our role as researchers, because we are also in precarious positions often. So also can be a potential target. Thanks.
Okay, we have this. Okay, we can start with the first answer related to Akkanut more. So Akkanut, please.
Thank you for the question. I don't know if I'm going to answer, but I just like to share my own personal opinion on this gender issue related to gig work and platform work in particular. I feel that problem is already there before the coming of the platforms, and genders are issues and work, it's lying on structural problem, cultural problem in some countries like Thailand, for example, India included, I believe, roles of caregiving was relying very much on women, right? Wife and mother, right? And since the setting was like that, so flexibility was the thing that many of the women looking for, right? And then when platform came, it's really effective in terms of matching work that they still have flexibility to do their job as mother and wife, right? So what I'm trying to say was that we noticed this is a things that can reproduce from, and we notice that, well, by a good design, we can more or less, you know, doing something that make these situations getting better. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, did you raise your hand, Lee?
Yes, actually on the same issue regarding women and the platform work, I just wanted to also raise the issue of care work platforms, which we have not discussed that much today, but which is clearly like the new emerging trend. So you're seeing more and more of digital platforms providing different services in the care sector. It can be childcare services, it can be domestic services. And we know that especially in this sector of the workers, you have predominantly, it's a very female dominated work, a sector, and many also with migrant background. So I think the kind of rise of the platform economy within the care sector is also something that needs to be analyzed and addressed, especially from a feminist point of view and from the point of view of feminist economic policy. Because there you have workers who are already under very precarious or working under very precarious circumstances. And you also have this dimension of exploitation of migrant workers, where the platform economy brings an additional kind of layer of exploitation and precariousness. So this just as a mentioning, because this is a part of the digital platform economy that is especially affecting female workers.
Questa volta parlo in italiano, mi traduce Vincenzo. Mi ci tenevo a dire una cosa anzi due cose su questo. La prima è che nel settore rider io adesso ho un caso che secondo me è molto interessante e dà un po' l'idea di come in realtà la questione delle discriminazioni sia avvertita molto poco dalle piattaforme, nel senso che c'è questo caso a Torino che inizierà ad ottobre, ve lo spiego un attimo per farvi capire, per cui non abbiamo ancora una sentenza, però è uscito sui giornali 3 mesi fa, quindi mi sento tranquilla di poterne parlare, in cui c'era un gruppo di rider chiamati veterans a cui in cambio di una serie di favori, come anche solo la presenza, ti cambio, ti metto in una città piuttosto che un'altra, venivano date le ore senza passare attraverso il punteggio dell'algoritmo. All'interno di questo gruppo di veterans c'era anche 2 donne, poi su questi favori, alcuni non erano favori bellissimi, tipo andavano a spiare le riunioni dei lavoratori, quelle degli avvocati, quindi siamo già a livelli insomma molto limite dei comportamenti datoriali, molte oltre il limite, ovviamente pensavo, comunque a un certo punto decidono che questo gruppo di veterans va cambiato, comunque dalla Spagna dicono questa cosa qua non deve più esistere, almeno quello che io ho letto nella documentazione, poi sarà una sentenza a dirci qual è la verità processuale, e decidono appunto di non dargli più le ore. Cosa succede? Che le 2 donne del gruppo sono quelle che alla fine pian piano perdono il posto di lavoro. Una perché aveva 2 figli, quindi doveva lavorare nel weekend, non poteva lavorare, lasciare da soli i figli dove li poteva lasciare, no? Doveva prendersi cura appunto del pezzo familiare nel notturno. Lei di solito faceva dalle 10 del mattino alle 8 di sera in notturno, nel weekend, e quindi nel weekend, essendoci i punti dati dalla presenza nel weekend del rider, almeno all'epoca funzionava così la piattaforma, pian piano ha perso punti, con la perdita dei punti non hai accesso alla prenotazione delle ore di lavoro. L'altra lavoratrice invece lavorava con una bicicletta normale, insomma non quelle elettriche, e comunque anche quelle elettriche sarebbe stato un problema, e lei mi ha detto più di 6 ore io al giorno non le riesco a fare, ma perché non riesco proprio a farle fisicamente. 6 ore al giorno fa un full time, praticamente un full time scarso, ma sono meno, visto che uno dei parametri è quante consegne riesce a portare a termine, erano meno della media della città in quel dato periodo, per cui anche lei giù i punti.
Giulia, scusa, se no mi perdo. Can I translate this part?
Sì, scusami.
No, it's fine. I have it, but also for non-Italian speakers. So the first example that Giulia has about the role of gender discrimination in the platform economy is this case that took place last autumn in Torino, which is still an ongoing legal case, but it came out on the newspapers, actually, where in Torino it existed a group of riders, which were called the veterans, that essentially in exchange of favors to the platform, including actually some serious one, like spying, for instance, meetings of their colleagues or meetings with the lawyers. Essentially, they were given hours by the platform without having to go through the system of points. So usually the platform assigned the hours with the point system. And instead, this group of veterans did not need to go through this in exchange of these favors. Then from the company, it came the order that this group had to be disbanded. And actually, part of these groups were two women, which were the ones which ended up losing their post. Why? One, because one had kids, and therefore she struggled to work in those hours which give the most points, and therefore she started losing points, and then essentially by not gaining points, you're not given work. The second one, by working on a normal bike, not without an electric bike, for instance, was not able physically to do more than 6 hours of work per day. Therefore, she was actually doing less than the average hours of work that riders would do, and therefore she was also losing point, leading to also losing work, essentially.
Quindi questa cosa che dal mio punto di vista è una discriminazione, in realtà è una discriminazione indiretta, però in realtà non viene riconosciuta dalla piattaforma. La piattaforma ti dice: io non discrimino nessuno, tutti hanno le stesse possibilità. Peccato che poi la vita di una persona sessuata nello spazio in un luogo non sia uguale per uomini o donne, sia diversa perché c'è un contesto sociale che la modifica, no? E quindi delle regole neutre hanno poi degli impatti discriminatori. Questa cosa, però, vorrei fare un piccolo collegamento a un altro lavoro di piattaforma di cui nessuno parla, per cui secondo me c'è proprio un settore totalmente femminilizzato, al contrario di quello dei rider. Quando si dice come mai non ci sono rider uomini, questa è una delle ragioni. Un altro settore invece di cui nessuno parla perché non le vediamo, mentre i rider li vediamo, è il settore possiamo dire, dei call center fatti tramite piattaforma nelle proprie case, e questo in particolare in Italia e nel sud Italia c'è questa cosa del recupero crediti. Sono tutte donne povere del sud, perché queste le società principali sono dislocate con sede legale al sud, per cui le cause si fanno anche non al Tribunale di Milano, per dire che con la procura si occupa tantissimo dei temi di lavoro. Questo però è anche un dato su come mai non emerga questa situazione. Però la cosa che volevo far emergere è come, se in una mansione come quella del rider, per una serie di ragioni, la discriminazione della piattaforma e la difficoltà anche di non rendere quel lavoro agibile per le donne, dall'altra parte ci sono altre mansioni che invece vengono totalmente delegate alle donne, o comunque hanno una partecipazione amplissima di donne. E sono due facce però della stessa medaglia. Per me è sempre una discriminazione e comunque una forma di oppressione pesante nei confronti del femminile.
So, in the case of the riders in Turin, there is clearly a case of discrimination, even if an indirect one, because the platform does not recognize the role that gender plays. The platform argue that every worker is given the same possibility, but in reality, as the two cases show, supposedly neutral rules, in fact, have discriminatory impacts. On the other hand, Giulia cites the case of a heavily feminized sector, contrary to the one of food delivery riders, which is now also operated through platforms. And this is the case of call centers, which are operated at home, especially in the sector of, essentially, I don't know the term in English now, recupero crediti, when you have a debt and you haven't paid, and then the company wants to get the money back. And these women operate as the intermediaries in this sector. And these are all women, especially in southern Italy. So there are some legal challenges going on, but also not taken care by the Tribunal of Milan, which is now probably one of the most competent tribunals on the matter. And in a sense, the two different discriminations are two faces of the same coin, because on the one hand, you have a case like the riders, where you have a discrimination based on the fact that even if you have formal equality in practice, this is not the case. In another case, clearly, you have a sector which is heavily feminized, but possibly platforms are actually using gender to their advantage. In this case, I guess to now Giulia completing to maintain, for instance, lower wages and so on. Okay. Now, Olga. And now I will, and after I definitely need a coffee because my brain is fried.
Volevo aggiungere la prospettiva delle lavoratrici di Palermo. Noi siamo 5 dipendenti su 60 rider all'incirca. In realtà nello svolgimento del lavoro, quello che ha presentato Giulia è stato un caso estremo, cioè nel senso che non abbiamo avuto su Palermo un'influenza, una costruzione di una gerarchia così, in modo così tanto evidente. Sicuramente le imprese hanno qualche contatto più stretto con alcuni corrieri, ma nulla di strutturato. Da noi quello che più si sente in realtà è la mentalità patriarcale che influisce dal punto di vista sociale, ed è per questo che c'è un disequilibrio tra dipendenti donne e dipendenti uomini, perché e spiega anche la contrapposizione, le due facce della medaglia tra perché nel lavoro del rider ci sono così poche donne e perché invece nei call center, perché lì si mantiene un ambiente casalingo nei call center, quindi le donne sono nel proprio nel limite che viene imposto loro dalla società patriarcale. Invece nel lavoro di rider le donne devono affrontare il giudizio per il fatto che materialmente devono stare a lavorare in mezzo alla strada, con un mezzo che solitamente viene visto prevalentemente come maschile, la moto. Poi figuriamoci quelle donne che fanno questo lavoro con moto sportive, ancora di più, vengono viste tipo alieni. E quindi c'è, secondo me, non tanto una discriminazione nel lavoro in sé, nell'organizzazione del lavoro, perché io non ho sentito, mentre lavoravo, non ho sentito differenze, ma c'è una discriminazione data dal contesto sociale.
Okay, sorry, I'll stop there, otherwise I cannot follow up. So Olga cites this case in Palermo where there are actually 5 female employees out of 60 riders. And she, in her case, in her experience in Palermo, she noticed that the case that Giulia brought about Torino is actually quite extreme, in the sense that surely it might be the case that platforms have more contact with some of the riders, but there is no structural discriminations that she could observe. On the other hand, though, she could observe surely the role of a patriarchal mentality, which has a role in playing, of course, in this disequilibrium. And about this idea of the two faces of the same coin, she actually, noticed that in call centers, possibly, the work is heavily feminized because working there allows women to stay within the perimeter of the environment that patriarchy will assign them, which is essentially their home. On the other hand, for female riders face patriarchy in the sense that they do a completely different job when they are on the streets using a delivery tool, which is typically seen as a male one, a bike, especially, even more in the case of sport motorbikes. So while she did not observe maybe discrimination in the organization of work, surely she observed one given by the social context and patriarchy.
Per rispondere invece alla domanda, alla seconda domanda, alla terza domanda, quindi quanto le altre organizzazioni hanno contribuito allo sciopero? Allora, lo sciopero che abbiamo organizzato su Palermo aveva l'obiettivo di danneggiare economicamente la piattaforma. E proprio per questo noi, anziché organizzare un corteo con magari che avrebbe reso possibile l'adesione da parte di associazioni, movimenti che sostengono, abbiamo preferito diciamo, presidiare i locali che erogano più ordini. E quindi questa frammentazione delle logistica dello sciopero ha portato ovviamente delle difficoltà nell'adesione, nel senso che eravamo divisi in McDonald's o KFC, KFC, divisi in turni, quindi ogni gruppo copriva una fascia oraria, perché Glovo apre dalle 8 del mattino, chiude alle 2 di notte. E i rider, cioè non siamo tutti in comunicazione, abbiamo dei gruppi su WhatsApp, ma non riusciamo veramente a raggiungere tutti. Quindi coprire tutte le fasce orarie era importante. I locali ci hanno dato una mano, alcuni, sotto diverse forme. Alcuni hanno chiuso, spento il tablet della ricezione di ordini. E quindi questo è stato un modo ma quelli che ci hanno dato la mano più grande sono stati quelli che ci avvisavano nel caso in cui un rider veniva a ritirare, non nel senso che l'andavamo a bastonare, però, in quel caso noi raggiungevamo il rider, spiegavamo, dicevamo qual era la nostra battaglia, qual era il nostro obiettivo, e provavamo a fidelizzarlo e a coinvolgerlo nella nostra lotta. Quindi la diffusione dell'informazione è stata la nostra priorità per arrivare al tavolo di trattativa. Quindi più che prediligere un impatto mediatico che avrebbe portato anche adesione di diversi cittadini, abbiamo prediletto fatto un danno economico nei confronti della piattaforma, e questo poi ha portato al tavolo ad un accordo sull'aumento delle tariffe, blocco immediato delle ONI.
Okay, so yeah, we have to close, no? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So real quick about the role of other of alliances, the role of the community. In their strike in Palermo, the objective was to economically damage the platforms. So rather than doing a demonstration, which would have involved also perhaps other association movements, etc., they prefer to block, fast food, which make most orders, because that's where they would have hidden more the platform. This also this fragmentation logistically created also obstacles, of course, because they had to cover both McDonald's and KFC. They had to cover different shifts. So how did, for instance, restaurants helped? Some of them did, not all, and some did it by switching off the tablet through which you collect orders with the platform, or even better, they would tell the union if a rider was on their way to collect an order. In that way, the union could actually try to reach the workers, speak with them, and to explain why they were on strike. And this, the result of the strike, which was more focused on the economic impact, actually helped to then go to the negotiation table and obtain results such as raising tariffs or blocks in new hirings. Okay, James.
I have no more to say, but maybe just to finish off with, I think it's time we reimagine the workspaces that are there with the people who are behind the scenes. For the taxi drivers, we cannot have our Ubers without them. And whether it's a similar thing happening back in at home. We also have an organization for taxi drivers who are going through the same issues that they are facing over here. You come in the morning, you find you are out of the platform, and in the evening you get the same. So we really need to, or there needs to be the platforms need to think not by themselves, but with the people who are working behind the scenes, because without us, it's basically an unfunctional ecosystem. If you look at our perspective, the content moderators and the AI data labelers, without us, you will see the chaos. Can you imagine Florence without the police here? You know, everything will happen everywhere, right? So it's the same with whatever is happening on the internet. Without us protecting you, it's going to be chaos. So we need to all sit together and have like a working arrangement or understanding for us to have a better platform. Thank you.
Okay, I grasp the occasion to thank all the guests that we hosted for this roundtable. Very nice. I thanks also to Lee Anderson that had to escape. So we have a bit late. So we can have a break of 15 minutes, and we are trying to be on time at 3:45 in the relative rooms. We have 3 parallel sessions. You can check on the program your session, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the early wake up. We can start. It's an honor to introduce Milagros Miceli. She's a sociologist and computer scientist researching how data for AI is produced. Her research focuses on labor conditions, power dynamics, and worker agency in data work. Since 2018, she has actively collaborated with data worker communities worldwide. And she leads the research group on data, algorithm systems, ethics at the Weizenbaum Institute. And she's also senior researcher and research lead at the DAIR Institute, and particularly the principal investigator of data workers inquiry, which she's going to talk about. Thank you so much, Mila, for being with us. And you have 40 minutes, and then we open up the floor for Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for having me today, and also from me, thank you for waking up so early. I hope this talk will be worth it. I will be talking about data work today, about the precarization of data workers, forms of resistance, and also I will try to end up in a more positive note, discussing what we academics can do to support data workers. And the things that I will discuss today are, as Stefano said, based on this project, Data Workers Inquiry, which I lead together with a wonderful group of academics, activists, and also organizers, among them Adia Dinica, who will present later today part of his work. And this project, Data Workers Inquiry, you might guess it, but from the name, is based on Marx's Workers' Inquiry, in which he argues that workers alone can describe with full knowledge the misfortunes from which they suffer. So the idea is that we center workers as the source of epistemic authority. They are the experts. And what we do is we invite data workers as community researchers, and experts. We center them as knowledge producers. They lead unique research projects in their own workplaces, and we support them to do so. And finally, they develop output formats according to their vision. And here I have to say the output formats are not what we sometimes as academics consider outputs of knowledge production, namely papers and research articles, but we have a large repository under data-workers.org that includes scenes, animated video, documentaries. We have a comic. We have various kinds of reports, and different podcasts. several podcasts. So all that is what I will be showing today to illustrate the realities of data workers and also their resistance. And the most important part of this project are the data workers who have joined us in 2 cohorts starting last year and then another one this year. We were lucky to be trusted by 22 data workers, as you can see, on 4 continents. Some of them, for obvious reasons, remain anonymous or need to remain anonymous. Those are the ones without a picture and with a pseudonym. And they are the authors of the works that I will be showing you today to illustrate some of the grievances that I will discuss around data work. But first things first, let's start defining with some definition work. What do we mean when we talk about data work? When we talk about data work, we are naming that other colleagues have called micro work, cloud work, crowd work, to ghost work even. That's what we are talking about. We are talking about the labor that goes into producing data for AI systems. And that labor includes tasks related to data generation or data collection, also the annotation or labeling or classification of data. That also includes tasks that have to do with social media content moderation, which is nothing else than data labeling done in real time with real-time streams of data. And then once a system is working more or less, or is also after it has hit the market, data workers perform tasks that have to do with what we call algorithmic verification. That is overseeing that the system works according to the plan, according to the goals with which it has been designed. And last but not least, there are data workers who do algorithmic, AI impersonation, which is nothing else than data workers instructed to pretend to be AI systems, for example, in this case, a chatbot. And this happens when there is a chatbot and that chatbot doesn't work as expected, or when there is no chatbot, but it sounds better to say that we have a chatbot instead of saying I have a group of precarized workers somewhere in the global south doing this work. So when we talk about data work, it's important to mention that data work is completely separated from the work of the modelers, the model work. And this separation is not just symbolic in the sense that these 2 types of work are obviously regarded differently, and one has visibility while the other hasn't. But it's also very much physical and very much geographical, because data work generally doesn't happen in the same buildings, in the same organizations where the model work happens. It doesn't even happen in many occasions in the same countries. When we are talking about data work, we are talking about outsourced work. And when we talk about the outsourcing of data work, we are talking outsourcing to platforms, data work platforms that operate very similarly. Here are some examples: Remote Task, Amazon Mechanical Turk. There are many. These are just examples, but they operate mostly according to what we know about other types of platforms, namely location-based platforms, what we discussed today, what Veena Dubal discussed yesterday, around location-based platforms. So we are talking we are talking relationships that are not employment relationships. We are talking not protection for the workers, and we are talking about this type of piecemeal type of payment in which the workers get paid per click, per picture they upload, per piece of data or piece of content that they moderate. And then there's a second type or modality for outsourcing, which are the BPOs. BPOs is short for business process outsourcing companies. So these companies, imagine a large warehouse. Some colleagues have called them sweatshops, in which the workers gather to perform these tasks for a number of hours a day. There are many. These are, again, Zama, TELUS, Digital Teleperformance. These companies, they employ thousands of workers at once to do this type of job. A recent a recent report by Tech Equity has identified at least 72 of these large BPOs around the world. So this is what we are talking about here. There tends to be a rather more traditional type of employment relationship, although we will see that there are some issues with that too. And at the other side of this spectrum, namely the clients, the ones who send to buy this data from the data workers, are tech companies, or mostly big tech companies, and also research organizations, some of the most powerful, wealthy universities and research organizations in the world. Those two are clients and are the ones who actually buy data from the data workers. Okay, now to see the differences, let's stay with the platforms and the BPOs to see the differences, but also the many, many similarities around these two types of outsourcing of data work. I will start showing you some of the outputs produced by the data workers themselves. And just a thing is, I put a QR code with every piece that I'm going to show you. These are just snippets. So if you're interested in a particular piece, just feel free to go and scan the QR code. Another heads up is that, of course, the workers produce these pieces according to their preferred languages. So some of the videos will be in other languages. This one, for example, is Spanish. We always put subtitles, captions in English so that everyone can understand. This is Oscarina Fuentes. She's a data worker from Venezuela doing data work for platforms. And let's see what she tells us about the work. So as you see, this is very similar to what we know from Uber drivers or delivery riders. You know, this idea that you'd never know if you will get a task, if you will have work, how much you will make at the end of the day or at the end of the month, if it will be enough to pay your rent. In the case of data workers, the unpaid time, which is common to other platforms, takes the shape of time that it takes workers to actually find a task that they feel that they can perform according to their experience and their expertise. Then there are the instruction documents that they need to read and understand. And those instruction documents, I've seen some that are as long as 60 pages. So imagine having to read 60 pages, understand what you're supposed to do. Those 60 pages is also worth making clear that in 95 of the cases, they are in English. Not everyone speaks English proficiently. So all that is unpaid time. And then finally, for most task, workers need to do like a pre-test to see if they are accepted for the task. So all that is not paid to the workers. This is very widespread, is common, is also normalized in platforms. And then there is rampant wage theft. And this form of wage theft takes different modalities depending on the platform and depending also on the location of the workers. This is the report produced by Alexis Chavez, another data worker in Venezuela working for Amazon Mechanical Turk. And what he found is that Amazon Mechanical Turk, unlike their colleagues in the US, the Amazon Mechanical Turk workers in the Global South get paid exclusively with gift cards. And let me be very clear here. We are talking Amazon Mechanical Turk workers being paid with Amazon gift cards to be redeemed only on Amazon.com. So I hope you see the circle here. And this is the wage theft, or for them the ways in which they lose money with this form of payment is that they need to use those gift cards to buy goods that then they sell at a discount, or in the form of fees that they pay for exchanging those gift cards into crypto and then exchanging crypto into a currency of their choice. So all that is money, is wages that are being taken away from these workers. And then there are other forms of wage theft. This is the video produced by an anonymous worker from Brazil that we will call Ruba. And this is what he says about the work on platforms. So this last sentence, you not always get paid for what you do, for your work. What Ruba is referring to here is known as mass rejections. Mass rejections are instances in which a requester requests a data work task from workers. The workers do the work, and then when it goes back to the requester, when the requester receives that data again, they say, this has not been done according to my quality standards, therefore I'm not paying for this. Now the not so funny part of this is that still the requesters get to keep the data. It is not like that data that was produced by the workers gets deleted or blocked from the requester servers. They get to keep the data, and still they have the prerogative not to pay the workers. And this is completely arbitrary, of course. I don't need to tell you this, but it also is important to know that this happens very, very, very often. Now, we've seen how this, what this look like on platforms. Let's see if, let's see if BPOs are a lot different. Spoiler alert, they are not. This is the blog produced by a data worker in Syria, Yasser Al-Rayes. He did this work like showing, first things first. He is a data working for a BPO in Syria doing specialized on language data annotation. And what he did for Data Workers Inquiry is this blog, like this a day in the life of him. And let's see what happens to him live as he is recording this blog. So as you can see, mass rejections also happen on BPOs. The only difference here is that on BPOs you have workers are also algorithmically managed as they are in platforms. Their performance is algorithmically measured, but still they have supervisors that are humans, and those are the ones reviewing the work. And what Yasser says is even the reviewers, my managers, they approve the work, they send it to the client, and the client said, no, this is bad. And also the other difference is that here, Yasser is luckier than his colleagues on platforms in the sense that he gets to redo the work. So he has another chance to actually earn money with this work. Whereas on platforms, when there is this type of rejection happens, workers are generally banned from the task, or even in many cases, this could cause them to be expelled from the platform. In terms of security on BPOs, so we have established already that there is no security for workers on platforms. But in BPOs, also, you know, despite employment relationships in many cases, the security of workers is relative. This is the comic produced by Willington Shitawa. He is a data worker in Nairobi, Kenya, who has worked for nearly every BPO present that has a presence in Nairobi. And he tells very well, or he tells in the comic, is very well illustrated how this lack of security feels for workers. And it takes mainly two shapes, according to what Willington say. The first one is that in most BPOs, the part of the salary of the workers is dependent on their performance. And again, that performance is measured algorithmically. So if the algorithm says, well, you know, you were not fast enough, or your quality stats have gone down, you're not going to get your full salary this month. And the second form of insecurity and instability for workers comes in the shape of short contracts. It is very, very common for BPO workers to get a 6-month contract, a 3-month contract, or even, as in the case of Willington, what he's saying is that he once got a 4-day contract, and this is a real story. And this happens because BPOs are completely dependent on the business that big tech companies bring. And those big tech companies, they have the power of taking their business somewhere else if they consider that better for them. This happened in Barcelona a few months ago, in which the company TELUS International fired over 2,000 workers on the spot, one day, no previous notice to these workers, because Meta, which was the main client, and these workers were doing content moderation, decided to take their business somewhere else, namely to a cheaper location in Latin America. And this, of course, takes a high mental health toll on workers. This lack of security, this instability, all this, as Oscarina says in her video, costs so much stress to the point that many workers get sick. Mental health issues are very prevalent among data workers. They constitute really what we could call a work hazard. It is really widespread. And of course, mental health issues get even scarier when it comes to workers who work with disturbing content. Here, I want to issue a trigger warning. We will talk about sexual violence, self-harm, and other forms of violence. So if anyone needs to leave the room, that's okay. Nobody will get offended. So this is Willington Shitawa. He is a former ChatGPT trainer from Kenya. And let's see what he tells us about the work and its consequences. So there are two things that I want to highlight about what Moffat is saying, which is a very, very brave testimony that he gave to us, and for that we are super grateful. The first thing is that this work not only affects individual workers, but it is affecting, not only is affecting thousands of workers, but it's also affecting their families and entire communities. What Moffat is saying about his wife leaving them, his family being destroyed, is something that we have heard from many, many workers, especially in this field of, you know, workers who have done this work for ChatGPT, but also especially content moderators. It is workers who say, well, my family couldn't cope with my changing behavior. My spouse couldn't cope with me waking up at night and screaming. My kids couldn't cope with me becoming violent. My friends stopped seeing me. And the second thing that I want to highlight here is the veil of secrecy that Moffat refers to. So he says, in our Kenyan culture, we don't talk about these things. Let me contradict Moffat for a second and say that there is hardly a culture in which talking about how your work consists of reviewing mass rape videos for 8 hours is table conversation. So it is very hard to talk about this in every culture. Adding to that is the fact that most of these workers, they sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. All of them actually sign non-disclosure agreements with the companies. That keeps them from revealing. They cannot reveal anything about who's the client. They cannot say, I'm working for OpenAI, I'm working for Meta. I'm doing this work. I am a content moderator. In many cases, they cannot say, I am a content moderator. I am a data worker. The contract says something like Moses was saying yesterday, something, what was it, Moses? Something like, agent, something like a call center agent in some cases, translation agent, and things like this, customer service agent. So they cannot reveal anything, not to say they cannot reveal anything about the content. So they don't talk to other people. And the companies, they instrumentalize these NDAs to terrorize the workers all the time, to threaten them that if they reveal anything, they will be fired or they will be liable for a lawsuit from these big tech companies. We have had a community researcher in the project who has told us that for over a year, she refused to seek mental health support, even though she was suffering of severe PTSD and depression, because she was terrified of saying something to the therapist that would break the NDA. So it's bad. But here I want to make clear that it is not just the content what is making the workers sick. It is the combination of the content plus the pressure to meet targets. So there's a pressure of, these quality stats not going down because otherwise the salary will go down and so on. Plus the isolation, the not being able to talk about these issues. So these three things are what constitutes the occupational hazard that we observe among data workers. And despite these terrible conditions, most data workers are not in a position to leave because they don't have a lot of options. And this is not a glitch in the system. This is by design. This is the system. Because companies are predatory. They go and prey on vulnerable populations. These BPOs, they build their hubs and also the platforms. They target workers mostly in the global south, in places where unemployment is high, where where the economy, the political and social systems are unstable, places ridden by war, by natural catastrophe. They do that. They go to those places on purpose. And even within those places, they target specifically vulnerable populations, and they disguise this under the veil of philanthropy. It's like, oh, we are so nice. We bring jobs to these populations who otherwise wouldn't have other opportunities. So it is very common, for example, in Nairobi, and I've observed the very same thing in Buenos Aires, in Argentina, that the workers are recruited in the slums. A worker told us how that these companies, they have an application form, and in that form there's a drop-down menu in which to explicit where you live, and the only options are the slums. So if you don't live in a slum, you don't get to apply for the job. And when you come from those places, when you are in that situation, you probably won't feel that you have a lot of options. And this goes beyond a feeling or a perception. This is very much your reality, as Willington puts it very well, this feeling of feeling trapped, and despite the terrible conditions, not being able to leave, because as he puts it here, it's a choice between exploitation and poverty. And this is very much the case of many migrant workers. Migrant workers are very prevalent in this workforce. There are many migrant workers and also refugee workers doing this type of work. And this is a report written by Ruqayya Al-Hamada. She is a Syrian data worker living under refugee status in Lebanon. And I think the title of her report says it all. If I had another job, I would not accept data annotation tasks. If I had options, I wouldn't be doing this under these exploitative conditions. And of course, vulnerability and oppression are intersectional, and one of those intersections is also gender. So this gets even worse for migrant women. This is the zine produced by Ranta. She is a migrant data worker, former content moderator in Nairobi, Kenya. And she wrote in the zine, she tells her own story and that of other 9 migrant women like herself, and she talks about the specific forms of violence that these migrant women endure, including sexual violence, and the case of 2 of Ranta's colleagues who were sexually assaulted by one co-worker, and how the company did, not only did it didn't do anything to protect these women, but it also forced them to work alongside their perpetrator, the rapist, in the same office space for many months. And again, the question is, where would these women go? Where were they supposed to go? What were they supposed to do? They were dependent on this job to keep their visas. They were dependent on this work to send remittance to their families back home. It is, they didn't have a lot of options. So now that we have established this grim scenario, the good news is that there's hope. And the hope comes in the form of organizing, workers organizing. And also, there is hope in the fact that there are some things that we academics can do with and for them. So here are some examples of workers organizing. These are just a few examples. There are many more. Some have been discussed yesterday. I don't want to speak for the workers, so I mean, the workers have spoken for themselves. I'm just showing these examples of campaigning against mass rejections, workers' councils in Germany, the content moderator, the African Content Moderators Union, and the Data Labelers Association, because these are 4 cases of the few that we have supported through Data Workers Inquiry. These are cases in which community researchers who have worked with us and doing the inquiry have used the inquiry to actually support these organizing efforts. And I'm not saying this to claim these efforts or to co-opt them. Let me be very clear, these workers would have organized with or without us. But what I'm trying to say here is rather that academic solidarity matters and can help these already existing efforts and can ease some of the pain of these workers. So I want to underscore the importance of academic solidarity by showing you these cases. Academic solidarity to me means mainly fostering spaces where data workers get to speak for themselves and most importantly, get to be heard. It's also, to me, funneling research funds to support this type of organizing efforts that are already existing. And I feel workers' inquiry, Mark's workers' inquiry, is a good way, it's a good tool for doing this. I mean, we are not the first ones to do this. Wonderful colleagues like Jamie Woodcock, like the great Karen Gregory, like Notes from Below. They are doing that. They have been doing that for some time now. So a shout out to them, and also to say this also served as inspiration for us. So I feel that's that's what I feel is academic solidarity and how workers' inquiry can be a tool for this. I feel we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to be the protagonists of these organizing efforts, because this is not our struggle, and we don't want to go off the struggle. We probably want to silently support these things that are already happening with or without us. What this translates, how we have translated this for data workers' inquiries, we have done this with 4 principles. The first one is conducting worker-led action research, and here I want to deconstruct this a little bit. So starting with what we mean by worker-led. Worker-led for us is centering workers' expertise. And then action research means for us producing research not for the sake of research, not for us, for our research papers that get read 100 times and cited 10 times, but rather leveraging research to support organizing efforts. That's key to this approach. And finally, the most important principle for us was prioritizing the safety of the data workers who were generous enough to join us, to put their trust on us to do this. So prioritizing this over other expectations, especially coming from academic institutions. Now, these are not a formula of how to stand in solidarity with data workers. I'm not telling you, oh, you follow these 4 principles and then you will be good. You will have done it. I'm actually showing you this because they come with a set of contradictions, of tensions, of challenges that I want to close this talk. I want to share with you, also thinking of the Q&A, hoping that we get to discuss those during the Q&A. So the first one is, of course, all about building trust. And as I'm saying, as I said before, we don't take for granted the amount of trust that take these workers to actually come and work with us. We don't take for granted that 22 data workers have had the feeling that they could trust us to do this. But also it means thinking of our power imbalances all the time. Thinking of our position and their position all the time. Also acknowledging the fact that we academics are in many cases requesters of data work. If data workers have had an experience with academic requesters, they will tell you in the very first encounter that they don't trust you. The second principle, centering workers' expertise. This is definitely easier said than done. For us, the first thing that this meant was a question of economic asymmetries. So what we did is to pay data workers according to at an hourly rate that corresponds to what we make as academics, as researchers in Germany. Spoiler alert, we don't make a lot of money. It's very precarized. But still, we try to kind of even at least that asymmetry in our work. The risk here was to build a purely transactional relationship instead of a bond of solidarity. But still, we consider that that was the fair way to proceed with this. Declining leadership and still offering support is really, really hard. It's really, really hard to strike the right balance. We had some workers telling us after the fact that they felt that in many cases they would have needed more guidance from us, that we were a little bit too hands off. Of course, we learned from that, but the learning was not, oh, this is the right measure. The learning is this needs to be renegotiated constantly. And then finally, navigating different needs for visibility and invisibility, navigating the fact that we want to center workers and we want them to be the protagonists of this, to be the ones to speak in front of people, to be the ones who give interviews and so on. But still, many of them, these are workers that are at risk. These are workers who suffer retaliation. So how to protect them in that case? I don't know, one example is last year we were invited, we academics were invited to testify at the European Parliament in the context of the negotiations leading to the Platform Workers Directive. And what we said is, we don't want to speak for the workers. We can, but we bring a panel of 5 data workers will speak for themselves. So that according to the principle. Now, you don't know how difficult it was to find 5 data workers who would do this, who would not feel terrified to testify at the European Parliament. So there's that tension all the time. Leveraging research to support organizing efforts. This is hard. It's hard because academic institutions are not designed to do this. Quite the opposite. They are designed to hinder these principles. So, and there is the reality that we need funding to do this work. So there is a constant translation work in terms of telling our bosses, our funders, our institutions that what we do counts as academic work, as academic knowledge production, even though it's not research paper, even though it's a comic or an animated video. It's very hard, but it's a work that needs to be done. Otherwise, funds are gone and the work needs to stop. And finally, prioritizing the safety of data workers. As I said, tensions around anonymity. One of the decisions that we made at the very beginning was engaging those that were already organizing, because again, we didn't want to impose our framework on people who are not there yet. So it was like we support organizing efforts. Also because we wanted to work with people who knew the risk and who had previously decided to take on those risks with or without our intervention. But then midway with the first cohort, we realized that doing this work and talking about these issues and writing about these issues was re-victimizing for some of the workers. It was re-traumatizing for them. So we saw the need for mental health support. We engaged a trauma therapist that was accompanying these workers during the process and as a form of aftercare. But this is something we didn't know at the beginning. We realized midway. And finally, we had a moment last year before publishing the first batch of pieces in which we were panicking because we said, oh, what if we are getting people into trouble? What if these workers get sued because of these inquiries that they made? So we decided to very quickly engage legal experts in each jurisdiction corresponding to each piece. Who did like a scrutiny in terms of checking if the workers could make themselves liable for example, defamation lawsuits. And that came also with negotiations because in some cases, the suggestion was not to publish something or to remove something, redact something. In some cases, the suggestion was that the worker who had decided to come up with their name and publish under their name needed to be anonymized. So again, all these negotiations happening at the same time all over. So for the sake of time, I won't go through this. I just want to say here that I started shaping these projects 3 years ago after a number of years in which I had interacted with data workers. And I had, of course, already seen and written about their exploitation, but also there was a form of exploitation that they were talking about, and it's hardly ever discussed, and that was the exploitation and the extractive relationships that they held with some researchers and also with some journalists, and also needs to be mentioned with some activists. And they would say, I didn't have a good experience. I didn't, this was not good. This was exploitative. This was extractive. So, of course, I started this project to expose the exploitation of data workers in the AI industry. But mostly, I started this project to show to myself that research could be done differently. Now, academic solidarity can take many forms and many shapes and can mean many different things to different people. To me, it means it starts with respect, with the respect for the workers as the experts. As Mark said, themselves are the ones who know better about the conditions of their work. It takes the form of care work, the work that goes into creating a space in which workers are safe to tell their stories, or at least feel safe to tell their stories, to build rapport, to build trust. So I guess in the end, it's a question of epistemic justice. And I just want to say, I'm glad there are many spaces where this is the exception and not the rule, but I'm glad that there are spaces such as this one in which this is the rule. So, and for that, I'm very, very grateful to you all. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Mila, for sharing this important project. And now the floor is open for questions, if there are.
Hi, Harry from Freiburg. That was a wonderful presentation. Thanks so much. I was wondering what feedback you've had from workers. What do they think about the website, and what do they think about the stories that are shared on there? Yeah, how does it make them feel? How does it shape their understanding of what they're doing? Thanks.
We go.
Yeah, I think I will answer and then we collect more questions. Thank you for that question. It's super important. This is something that we were very, very nervous about how this was going to be received after we published. We launched the website almost 1 year ago. It was July last year. And we were very nervous about this. So what happened was a couple of things. The first one is a lot of data workers reached out later and told us, I want to do something similar. Can we collaborate? And I'm happy to say that wherever we were in Barcelona last week, and wherever we go, afterwards we receive an email from someone who heard the talk or whatever. Or last week it was like a roundtable with workers, and we explicitly wanted to hear from workers. So apparently it's giving them giving them the trust that or the feeling that they can trust us. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, for some of the workers, especially, and I'm talking about the workers who did the inquiries but didn't know, the others, because at first they do this, in their own workplaces, and then we create spaces for them to talk to each other. So some of them told us that they didn't know of the similarities of different places, the other side of the world, and workers are facing similar issues. They also didn't know about the similarities and the similarities in grievances between platform workers and BPO workers. This was also something that many didn't know. Sometimes when we talk about numbers and the dimensions of this workforce, the workers are surprised to know that there are so many around the world. And we are talking, it's very hard to estimate, to give a number of data workers around the world, but there's an estimate from last year from the World Bank that says that there are between 150 and 430 million data workers around the world. That's a lot of people, again, to be taken with a huge grain of salt. But even if it was a small percentage of that, it's a lot of people. So this is something that many workers don't know. Yeah, that. And also the website was, the website, I have to say, and the repository is done in, was done in what is called, I'm missing the word, it was co-designed with the data workers who participated in this. So each one of the pages, the project pages, is their own text. They wrote the text. It's their own, it's their own making. They told us, like, for example, in the case of the audiovisual pieces, we asked them what captions in which languages they thought it was important to have. So we tried to make that possible. They made those decisions. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah. There was another one.
Jacopo, you had a question?
Very short one. Do you have any suggestions for those of us who do not do qualitative research, but do quantitative research instead?
I have many suggestions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the first one is too qualitative. No, I'm just kidding. I have many suggestions. The first one is some are purely technical. One is really measure that the time that you think it takes the worker to do your survey, that it's actually the time that it takes. Because I've seen so many people saying, "Oh, we are paying only, I don't know, $3 for this survey because it only takes 5 minutes, and then it takes 30 minutes for a worker to do this." So this is very common. So, but this is just a side note. I think the suggestion is, no matter what type of research you do, is try to think whether your research, who's your research serving? I think this is an important question for all of us. Who is being served by your research? Is this because you need to write another paper for your PhD, which is totally valid? We all were there, we needed our chapters and so on. Or is this going to help workers in some way? Are you sharing your findings with the workers? Are you putting this knowledge at the disposal of the workers in a way that is easily accessible? I think that's also another thing with qualitative research, that sometimes, we tend to produce these graphics that nobody can read, and so how accessible is your research, and how accessible are your findings, and for whom? I think that's the suggestion that I have, no matter what type of research you conduct.
Pretty shortly. That feels like a little bit when you do quantitative research and you have results and you try to share them, even if it's the most accessible way, it still feels like a top-down process.
It is a top-down process. It is, unless you really do worker-based. I'm not saying everyone. I mean, ideally, I would tell you, well, do worker-led research. Not everyone can do that, and let's face the reality that we are also tied to academic institutions and academic expectations. And again, it is not minor that people need to to write their papers for their PhD or for their tenure. I don't know. In my case, I don't know if I don't think I'm going to this is going to count for my tenure package, because it doesn't, because it's not papers and it's not And it's okay. I'm okay. I've made my peace with that, and I'm privileged that I can say that's okay. Not everyone is that privileged, and I also want to acknowledge that. As a data worker, last week, a data worker in Barcelona told us, "I used to be an academic, and now I do data work. And let me tell you, you are more precarized than we are." I'm not with a grain of salt, but still, it is. Let's also acknowledge that we are also operating in very precarizing systems.
Please, Simon.
Fantastic. Oh, it's fantastic stuff, this. So, well, congratulations. I just think one of the other things that can be done with data like this, with findings like this, is to use it to criticize bad social theory, bad theories of what workers do. So, like, for instance, all the stuff, there was just a massive amount of assumptions at the beginning of platform work. These workers could not organize, and there were books with big theories about why this was impossible. And it was the workers themselves who proved that this was rubbish. And I had quite a lot of pleasure in writing stuff saying, "See, this is rubbish." But so I'm quite surprised that you use the term invisible labor, because that's an academic term. That's not a way workers describe it, because to the workers, there's nothing invisible about it at all. And I can remember when Uber first arrived in London, there were sociology professors saying these people are doing invisible labor, and there were labor courts, employment courts, saying these workers should be classed as employees. So the judges could see the work. The people doing the work who'd taken the case to court could see the work, and there were sociology professors saying this is invisible. And I was a bit surprised you though. I can kind of understand why you are, because it's been characterized that way. But I do think that's kind of I quite like the anti-hierarchy, the anti-academic hierarchical potential for really listening to workers and what they're doing and what their experiences are, and using that to test out abstract understandings and weirdly normative understandings of, what workers should be doing. There used to be a thing there was a great tradition in British industrial sociology of listening to workers and using what workers told us to understand work. And it's there's been a weird epistemological shift now. This is, we understand work. And if the workers don't tell us what we're expecting, our job is to explain why they don't do it like they should. The failure of work is the lack of, all these kinds of terms. So I just wondered if you've got any plans like that, because I just think there's a lot of potential for that.
Thank you so much for that comment. I think you're absolutely right in many of your observations. The first one being the use of the term invisible labor. In this case, when I talk about invisible labor, I'm trying to think about it from the intention of the companies, the intention to invisibilize. Probably a better word would have been invisibilized work, or hidden, concealed. That's true. It is true that the workers don't accept that term, and we had many conversations with workers in which they say, one of the most used term to characterize this work is ghost work, like coined by Mary Gray and Siddhartha Suri. And while the workers, we have many conversations about that before starting to talk about data work, or we started calling it data work, and they were like, call it whatever, but don't call it ghost work. That's bad. We don't like that. So you're right about that. And the question of really using this to leverage, to also counteract, as you put it, like bad social research. I think that's totally the intention of the project. I don't know how successful we were with that, because I feel that this project has many fronts. So the one that we have been kind of pushing so far is the one that is talking to other researchers, so that these findings and these products, these pieces speak to other research, to speak to other workers, that they speak to a broader audience, to organizers and so on. And with that, I think we have been very successful. The other day, someone told us, well, have you thought of bringing this to schools as educational material? And I thought that was a great idea. But I have to say, in terms of speaking to other researchers and talking about this is the first time. And this is also why I'm sitting here alone this time. Normally, we invite data workers to speak. When we talk only about data work, we invite data workers to do this. So I just give a short context introduction and they talk. This time, because we were talking a little bit about the method, and this is the first time I do this, I felt this, but we have not done that a lot, and that type of exchange, and I feel that's important. It's just that it's had been too many fronts to cover so far.
Please, Clara, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I will try to be short, even though I have a little bit comments. So so first of all, thank you for the presentation. It was very needed, I think. And I have a couple of questions. The second is very short, but I will do it later. The first one is connected to what Jacopo was asking before about quantitative research. And I'm actually a PhD student in a artificial intelligence laboratory. So it's where we produce new things, let's say. And so my question, actually I was very well aware of this kind of problems, and it's not very common to know about this, but in some way I got to know about that. And so I've been already thinking a little bit about how can we deal with that from a perspective of AI researchers as well. But I just couldn't find any good solution, because I just find a lot of contradictions, because just thinking, I will try to explain a little bit what I mean. It's like, if I have to think about alternatives, for future improvement of the situation, one solution would be, let's stop innovation. Let's stop doing artificial intelligence, and then we solve the problem. That's one option. If we try to find other solution, if I think about the state of artificial intelligence now, even not just now, how it is built how decree factor and whatever, this kind of the task, not this kind of work, the kind of task that data workers do are just needed, completely needed in a amount that is growing and growing and growing. So these are the conditions that are now in the data workers. Yeah. Are there alternatives to do the same task but without that kind of conditions? In this, I think I have no idea about it. But if I think about the amount of data that is actually needed, I found it like almost impossible. But maybe that is a limit of my, I don't know, my imagination of big numbers. I don't know. So that is one problem. And at the same time, if I have to think about, okay, AI is developed mostly in private companies. And that's why we have this problem, I would say. On the other side, AI research, as you were mentioning before, it should be, it's not there anymore. It has the potential to do things in a different way because we are not, we should not follow the profit of what we produce, or we should do things for research, let's say in a very pure term. And so there are I can imagine there are the potential within the AI research community to do, to propose also some alternative, to do AI research on a different way, let's say. At the same time, since I'm working now in an AI laboratory in a public institution, I can see that it is equally extremely hard because I don't know if it's the case of my laboratory, but I don't think so. There is such a high, how can I say, like investment of capital on that even within academics, we have to follow the same like scopes objective of what private companies are doing. That, okay, I'm a PhD student, so like if I talk to my professor and she needs to annotate data, she would say, okay, you don't want data workers to do that, then you do that. Yeah. Because I'm exactly. For her, I'm just the same. Or she would say, okay, we just hire 100 or 200 or 500 master students, it would be the same. But I mean, that's not the solution, I think. So I don't know if you have some other ideas.
Okay, that was a lot. I have, but I also have a lot of solutions. Not solutions, but I also have a lot of comments. First of all, it is great to hear someone working on computer science and from the field saying, we need data workers and we will continue to need data workers. This contradicts the storytelling that we hear and the hype that soon we will, this workforce will be redundant, soon everything will be automatic. Let me tell you, that's a lie. That's a plain lie. So thank you for that. In terms of how to do things differently, let me tell you, I've never encountered a data worker who would tell me this job should be abolished. This work shouldn't exist. That's not the problem. The problem is the conditions, and the conditions come from the greed of companies, the greed of academic institutions, the chain of precarization. You are right to say, if you in smaller universities, this is why I made the clarification that when we talk about academic institutions, we are talking about the wealthy ones. In smaller ones, poorer ones, it's and traditionally it is the students doing the data work, unpaid data work, spending their summers doing data work for this type of projects. This is how large data sets like ImageNet that are foundational to computer vision have been produced. So it's a chain of precarization. It also has to do with technical aspects of how AI has been conceived so far, that is dependent on large amounts of data. I mean, there are other alternatives for producing AI. It's just that nobody has an interest in developing those. And also the idea that more is more and scale is better. This is one of the values governing this space. There are other approaches. Some companies are following that approach, creating smaller AI that in any case would serving more specific communities and would perform better for specific communities. And for that, you don't need all the garbage dumped from the internet and then put 100 data workers to clean all that, but you need to create specific data for specific purposes. And that's That could be done by data workers, that is done by data workers, but it's done under different conditions because this require a form of collaboration between the modelers and the data workers that cannot be done by just, outsourcing it somewhere to a platform, posting a task in the form of a PDF and just letting the workers do their thing. But it requires really constant communication with data workers. And it requires a change of mindset that is fundamental here. And that is the acknowledgement that data workers are experts and they are experts in the data. I've been at BPOs where I tried data work and I tried to do the same thing that a data worker was doing next to me. And it was extremely difficult. I was like, I have a PhD. I cannot do this. This is hard. This requires a type of expertise that I don't have. So acknowledging that data workers are experts on the data, and then from that acknowledgement comes the part in which we pay them as experts. It's a different setting, and I think that's what's needed. And it is possible. It's just that the whole systems in industry is the profit maximization type of mindset, and in academic settings is like publish or perish and develop as fast as you can and get your PhD and so on. It's hard.
Okay, thank you so much. We are over time, so I'd say we can conclude here and we start in a session at 10:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our third keynote speaker. I'm very happy to have the pleasure to welcome Trebor Scholz. We're very lucky to have him here with us today, all the way from New York City. Trebor Scholz is a professor at the New School in New York City, a faculty associate at Harvard's Berkman Klein Center, and a visiting researcher at the Berlin Social Science Center. He holds a PhD from the University of Plymouth and focuses on cooperative entrepreneurship in the digital economy. Scholz is widely known for developing the concept of platform cooperatives, worker-owned digital platforms, promoting economic, social, labor, and environmental justice. A global keynote speaker, he has delivered hundreds of talks, sharing his research with diverse audiences, and we get to be the lucky ones now. His work has earned support from institutions like the European Commission, the Rockefeller Foundation, Google.org, and others. His books, Own This, which won the Joyce Rothschild Book Award, and Overworked and Underpaid have been translated into multiple languages, establishing a new academic subfield of solidarity tech. In 2017, Scholz founded the Platform Cooperativism Consortium at the New School, followed by the Institute of the Cooperative Digital Economy in 2019. The PCC has driven discussions on digital transformation within the cooperative movement through 10 major global conferences in cities such as Hong Kong, New York City, Rio de Janeiro, Berlin, Tiruvananthapuram, and Mombasa, while influencing policy and legislation in numerous countries. The ICDE Fellowship Program supports 44 emerging scholars in the digital solidarity economy. Scholz has collaborated with partners across 60 countries, fostering innovations worldwide. On that note, I would pass the floor to Trebor Scholz. Thank you.
It's really nice to be here. And so I will not speak on platform co-ops. Stefano asked me to speak on AI and cooperatives, so I will give that a try. All right, let's see how we can do this here. So imagine on the evening of February 13, so just a few months ago, in The Hague in Netherlands, you had the Karim Khan, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, sit in his office, and he had an espresso on his table and some survivor accounts, intercepted calls, satellite images, and he was finalizing a memo on Gaza. And it's headed to his investigative team. And then he reached for his laptop and started out that there was nothing, right? No file access, all canceled. And so because Microsoft had pulled the plug on his account. And this was on February 6th, following just a few days prior, when President Trump had signed an executive order imposing sanctions on the ICC and in particular on that prosecutor. And so Microsoft executed. The investigation didn't fade because of lack of evidence, but simply it was shut down because of this master switch that was pulled by Microsoft in Seattle. So what happened there, I think, with Kahn's ICC office in The Hague wasn't just a hiccup, right? It was really, we saw that this no longer familiar soft power that we've seen big tech asserting for such a long time, and this infrastructural capture, right? This infrastructure as politics really kicked into something different, which was really drifting from a market democracy to veering towards a personality-driven tech authoritarian. Arrived about the sort of dark enlightenment, right, that is so much discussed, and the ideas that are circulating from Palantir about really the CEOs, tech CEOs of Silicon Valley should really run the government, right? So the US military just had a whole new section added, I think yesterday, which is all manned by executives from Meta, right? So they get military ranks and are colonels and are really having military power, right? And this is sort of the vision that they are extending there. So my core argument for this talk here is that at a time when big tech monopolizes AI's political power, solidarity economy actors need to step up, and not really realistically as alternatives. So this came up in the previous talks, but more as bridges that sort of gap, that create a gap, that fill the gap, that bridge the gap between critique and practice, and demystify automation, experimenting with AI cooperatives, launching community-driven pilots, and supporting public cooperative infrastructure to foster like a genuine ownership and shared purpose. So that's the argument. So really like looking at not so much what maybe in some scenario we could imagine the solidarity economy or maybe co-ops to do, but like what is actually possible right now, right? Like what can really be done? What can these like very flawed and real cooperatives that we know actually do in that context, right? So this is. And even through this discussion, it's not entirely new. So I know that a lot of these things, you know, you've rehearsed here before, but let me just say this quickly before I get to the second part. So what happened in February wasn't a glitch, right? It's really AI that is a statistical replicator, right? It's an amplifying existing power dynamics and accelerating the path we are already on. So again, this isn't a technical drift. It's really like a political acceleration, right? Get further down the path we already are. And it isn't also, and I think this is a side argument, and maybe somebody can read this first of all. Loud voice.
I can claim that because I have the microphone. Profit drives capitalism, rent drove feudalism. Now we have moved to a new digital fiefdom where wealth extraction comes not from labor or innovation, but from rent.
Somebody else read the second one? Yeah, go. So there's this, you know, I think these are like these two discussions, right? So there's this claim that goes around that this is sort of like a neo-feudal symbolism, right? And then there's this whole discussion of like invisible labor, labor exploitation in relation to platforms, right? And it's really like either or, right? So people like Alex Wood arguing that basically, you know, like really arguing against this neo-feudal rent seeking, right? So Yanis Farkas, Mackenzie Walk, right? My colleague making these arguments. And then, you know, Muldoon and Graham making this argument that there's basically this invisible labor, right, that's taking place. And I would just say that basically there's this culture of new feudal rent seeking that sits atop of this foundation, right, of invisible, racialized, and feminized labor. Is sold as innovation. And so basically, if you know, and it's true, right? Like in a way, every so often it earns its keep, right? So you toss in your meeting notes, your calendar chaos, the kind of mental janitorial work, and that dulls the soul, right? And lo and behold, it actually does. And it feels efficient. It even feels liberating, right? Of course, then when we look again, right, it's also restructuring labor and redraws the boundaries of work. And of course, this isn't news to most of you. These systems don't just optimize, they supervise, right? They extract, and productivity rises, but at least in some sort of narrow way. But so do, of course, surveillance and precarity and de-skilling, right? And the gains rarely go to the workers. So I know that some of you are here, like really working on policy, others are maybe in tech, right? Others are professors, maybe some students. And so, but it's worth stating clearly that because of that the basics don't get lost, right? So obviously AI isn't just ChatGPT, it's not just robots or self-driving cars. It's simply, it reminded me a little bit of this Joseph K. The trial, which begins with Joseph K. like arrested for a crime he doesn't understand, by an authority he can't identify, under a process that never fully reveals himself to him. There are a lot of parallels. So it's not a dystopian fiction. It's, you know, that's really also the logic of AI, and it's a pattern recognition. It's predictive policing. So that's like school suspensions, right? It's denied loans. It's algorithms that tell the teacher that a kid is at risk, right? Or it's decision-making at scale. It's a quiet system behind hiring software, right? Credit scores. So I think like if it sounds boring but determines your future, AI is probably involved. Also military applications. And so there, I don't know, I brought up this Palantir CEO. So he just wrote this book, Alexander Karp, right? The Technological Republic. I don't know if you heard this, came out. Penguin books, I think last week. And he really makes this argument, right? That the tech CEOs should really run the government, right? And so you see this happening now also. But here, this refers to Project Nimbus. I don't know, you probably heard about this, right? The $1.2 billion project, contract on cloud and AI between Google, Amazon, and the Israeli government that has faced intense backlash from Googlers themselves, right? So hundreds of protests, many have been fired for their protest because they pointed out, right, that this is really about this enabling military surveillance and violence on people in Gaza, right, or Palestine. So it's not a single technology, it's an expanding layer, it's a digital operating system for daily life, but most of it is private. So it runs on data, often taken without consent. It draws energy from massive data centers. It operates through systems most people can't see, let alone contest. And hype justifies it, and public subsidy sustains it. And so, but we've read these critiques, right? Have read the critiques, sorry. Read these critiques, but who bear repeating, right? So we had like Emily Bender, Alex Hanna, Karen Hao have shown that big tech inflates what AI can do, right? So we have this AI solutionism, or what Bender talks referring to ChatGPT, right, at these stochastic parrots, right? So just sort of averaging language. And this AI solution isn't suggesting that this is all like magic and alchemy, right? And so these text, but then when you look closer, right, you have things like, I'm not sure you came across this story, I think it was also last week, of Builder AI, which was a startup that got almost $500 million from Microsoft, was evaluated at over $1 billion, and essentially promised that AI could create software, right? In fact, it was 700 underpaid engineers. I wasn't a scam. And so that came out and the company broke down. Cases of AI washing, right? Automation as performance, exploitation as a backend. So the stakes go even further, right? When you hear Anita Goromosi or Cassie O'Neill or Rua Benjamin, Sophia Noble, right? They warn us again and again that the algorithms don't just reflect bias, right? But they automate it also at scale. So that data extractivism is a continuation of colonial resource grabs, and most of the people that we are referencing from the small Euro-American elite, right? References are always dominantly really true. And when something goes wrong, there's no appeal, right? There isn't really a help desk for algorithmic justice or so. And as the computer scientist Joy Burlamvini found out, this is the hard way, right? She found that her face went undetected in face recognition software until she put on a white mask, right? And that glitch then became her project called Gender Shades. And so she, in that study, found that showing that near perfect accuracy in those face recognition for light-skinned men and an error rate of up to 47% for dark-skinned women. So she called that a coded gaze. And when the system gets it wrong, right, you are misgendered, you are misidentified, or just erased, and still, right, there's no appeal. Heard of Kassili, right, and Waiting for Robots, the machine don't run themselves. We heard earlier here from Mary Gray and Siddhartha Suri about the ghost work, right? Invisible piece-by-piece labor that props up our machines. There's always someone clicking, tagging, screening, and then in feeding the machine, Mark Graham and colleagues show how that precarious labor really works. But all these grand challenges, right? So like inequality, disenfranchisement, social cohesion, polarization identifies, right? We see that around the world, climate breakdowns deliver blow after blow. In Pakistan, floods displaced 33 million people in weeks. Kenya, 5 failed rainy season forced farmers to abandon ancestral lands and so on. And then we see authoritarianism tightening its grip. And so automation in that context really isn't Palantir is starting a database on all American citizens that I will have to face when I come back, right? I'm not a citizen. And yeah, so these things are very real and personal, right? So the question is like what to do with all that knowledge. So I think there has been a lot of analysis. So the things that I sort of run through now, you've heard this before, right? But the question is now, what do you do with that? And so do we cite it? Do we teach it? Or do we build careers on that analysis? Or do we begin to treat this as something that implicates us directly? So the scholarship is, of course, vital, right? So I'm not making any arguments against that. And the theories of change focused on legislation and unions, as you've probably heard, are also really important. Right? But we also have to be honest about their limits, right? So about the limits of legislation, about the limits of unions in this context. And I think we are really in a moment where authoritarian politics is expanding and the will to legislate in the public interest is shrinking. This is also in the context of 134 countries having been imposed parity measures by the IMF. So even if there's political will, the finances to actually support that kind of work are often lacking. So in the US, billions in subsidies flow to firms like OpenAI and Anthropic, right? In Saudi Arabia, sovereign wealth backs national champions. And globally, the biggest systems that we are talking about here really remain locked in US infrastructure and beyond most jurisdictions. And the story from The Hague is a case in point, right? So now Donald Trump deems that so this narrows the space, I think, for progressive tech governance. And Trump, for example, has called for a 10-year freeze of all legislation on AI. Right? So all this discussion, and most of the discussion is really focused on legislation, and empties itself possibly within minutes, right? And also the AI Act had also very little teeth, right? Has very little effect. So yes, so legislation is absolutely necessary. So like without legislation, we can't win, right? But it's never been designed to carry all of this. So there have to be other pathways as well. So, and that's why we need another posture. And so I argue for this posture of the civic researcher that work is in parallel. And I think this resonates panel today, not observing from a distance as a scholar, but embedded in movements, accountable to those whose futures are being shaped by these systems. And this critique, yeah, so we talked about this. It's just that this analysis that we all remember doesn't always travel, right? It doesn't always reach the front lines of the work. The link to communities of practice remains fragile and bridges need to be built. Analysis is abundant, but what's much harder to sustain is that connection and that coordination that follows it. So what we need isn't just more analysis, but really solidarity strong enough to coordinate across difference and distance. And that's why gatherings like this really matter. And I think we should just take a moment to also acknowledge all the invisible work behind it by the organizer, because it didn't, this conversation didn't start here. It's a product of years of thinking, organizing, coalition building, and we are continuing it here in this room. So I want to thank the people who made that possible, right? Lucia Amorosi, Iraklis Dimitriadis, Sarah Kassem, Vincenzo Macarone, Nicola Matteo, and Stefano Tortorici. So, so thank you for bringing us together. So, okay. Not just that sort of invisible labor that powers AI, right? It's also what keeps us fed and mic'd and scheduled at events like this. So again, big thank you to you. All right, so now moving on. For over a decade, I worked with cooperatives, right? So not on Zoom, but really countries and real people, built in Ahmedabad to all over the world, many countries. And I think with all their contradictions and their power and their imperfections, sort of, I came back to this, right? When we look at the real existing cooperatives right now, right? Giving both their limits and their reach. For many, the idea, right, conjures up a headline about a local food co-op, perhaps, right? You have co-op here on every corner. But it also triggers like a wishful mnemonics, right? So at Harvard, for example, like people would say like, oh yeah, there's a sort of intellectual knee-jerk reaction. This, oh, we know those organizations and they are democratic. So let's just use these core principles and let's just say that govern AI, right? Completely forgetting, of course, that that could never work because ownership. Or when you hear language like, let's reclaim who gets to build and question and lead an AI. And the power is really with the United States, very little beyond that. So like, how is that actually, where is this point of intervention, right? Or co-ops need to lead on social justice AI, right? These are all sort of things. I just wonder what is meant by that. Because I think that there's really a cooperative lockout in relation to AI. You can't really democratize what you don't own, and you can make little APIs, right? And you can look innovative, but no ethics framework can substitute for structural control. So I don't know if everybody here is like a co-op expert, but of course co-ops are like vast, right? And is often vastly underestimated. So that's talking about 1 billion people around the world in co-ops. 10% of the workforce globally is working in cooperatives. And that's not just reach, but that's a real capacity. And the question is like, how can you activate that, right? What can you this discussion? They don't have access to resources to build large-scale AI systems. And this is really where alliances and strategy come in, right? And this is why Pano, Totorici, and I together organized this conference this fall in Istanbul on cooperative AI to ask that question. Bring people together around this. So building cooperative responses to these risk demands, imagination, right, solidarity, and concrete agency. And that's also, just be honest, right, the co-ops don't automatically align with systemic change. Many co-ops don't have this at all at their heart, right? It's for them, it's just about feeding their families, for many cooperatives, right? All of them, for sure, right? Millions here will probably not socialism on their mind. So many are focused just on feeding their families, on keeping the lights on, staying afloat, and that matters, right? So we can start there. But there's a serious, but if we are serious about shifting power, then spaces like this one, right, where critique meets coordination become really essential. And so yeah, this conference comes in. There have been panels, there have been papers, even protests, right? But we never had a global conference on cooperatives and AI, and not one that brings together unions and tech co-ops and feminists and indigenous organizers, not just to critique, but to really strategize, right? Grounded in practice, and that's what we want to do in space where civic researchers, co-op practitioners, and movement leaders can align, because co-ops can't face AI alone in isolation because they risk irrelevance, right? Or worse, complicity. And that's why these alliances matter. From the Alphabet Workers Union to feminist tech labs to climate justice groups to municipal networks. What we need is a solidarity imaginarium, right? Rooted in practice and pointed toward action. So cooperative AI will be the first global forum built on solidarity, not solely critique, uniting those building alternative. Now there's a little bit on, so if you're interested, this is a report we worked on for several years. So if you tap that QR code, you will have a plethora of resources. This was one of the motivations, right? Also, the ambition, I guess, about founding the Platform Cooperativism Consortium to help a movement around technology and connect cooperatives, researchers, policymakers, and organizers who all understood that digital infrastructure. The consortium, along with partners, and we tried to make that helped. I think this sort of connects to this discussion before, right? Like this is what we can discussion to mobilize into like what co-ops can do in the sector of AI. We helped to support over 640 cooperative digital projects in 53 countries. There are now 1.2 million workers in platform cooperatives worldwide. These are delivery riders, domestic workers, translators, artists, coders, right? Held conferences. We now had 58 research fellows. And despite all this work, you can say most co-ops aren't leading in this area of AI at all, right? So current uses are very basic, right? Bots, scheduling, logistics. There are a few exceptions. In Ohio, there's the Butler Electric Cooperative that uses AI to manage blackouts, right? Democratizing energy use. In Switzerland, My Data gives members control over health data and now also uses AI to support analysis, but ownership stays with patients. Are you familiar with My Data in Switzerland? Cooperative? They now applied AI. So it's essentially asking people to allow them to perform medicine based on collecting as many data about patients as possible. And you would feel very uncomfortable doing that with a corporation. So they use Swiss banking software, health data that patients give them to aggregate them from Fitbits, shopping habits that can show up in their bank accounts, right? And things like that. Better image of their health. What is done with the data. If it is sold to another hospital for research, if it is given to so on. In the UK, you have Animorph Co-op, which built a smart glasses app for dementia care. So it's AI-powered, privacy-respecting, and community-run. Vangelis already talked about Read Co-op's Transcribus, which is an AI co-op that allows a consortium of libraries and other institutions to scan manuscripts using that they built. And then there's AI for Co-ops, right, which is an Argentinian collective that explores how AI can support education, organizing, sustainable development. So they are all part of a growing push of community-centered AI. But it's small. There aren't all that many initiatives yet, but this is starting. And in the Global South, right, co-ops can shape AI for education, labor rights, and justice. So it's not charity tech, right? It's community. For example, I was talking with Morshed Manan yesterday. We talked about CyberSyn, right? The Chilean project that was meant to coordinate the socialist economy. So that would be an application too, where you could take AI to coordinate cooperative ecosystems like Mondragon, for example, in the Basque Country, right? Where you have a centralized organization that could guide and coordinate a cooperative ecosystem. So that would be another possible application. Or this, I think some of you know Counter, right? If you go to Nairobi in 2022, this young woman from Nigeria was working long shifts as a content moderator for Facebook and OpenAI through a third-party contractor. And her job was basically watching the worst of the internet, right? Suicides, child abuse, executions, 8 hours a day, no therapist or of any meaning, no trauma support, just NDAs, panic attacks, and algorithmic quotas. So eventually, Counter speaks up, right? She organizes, she sues Meta, and the outsourcing firm Sama for unsafe working conditions, becoming the first African content moderator to take them to court. She loses her job, but she wins something else, which was momentum, right? And very recently, together with the PCC, we founded, or they founded with some support from us, the African Content Moderators Cooperative, so the African Tech Workers Cooperative, that will try to function, create an alternative, right, of content moderation in an ethical way through a cooperative, right, a platform co-op. So So far, most conversations about AI ethics have stayed abstract, right? Frameworks, policy guidelines, best practices, with little connections to actual structures that build and run these systems. So what if we operationalize AI ethics based on collective ownership, shared responsibility, and democratic governance? So this fantastic paper by Melissa Terrace, the co-founder of Transcribus, so the cooperative I just mentioned. This is where she tries to do this in this paper. She tries to basically apply the cooperative principles to AI ethics, right? And tries to also map them onto the frameworks that the UN and other organizations have, the EU, right, have created for how they want to approach AI ethics. Cooperative onto this. So to think about member governance, right? Co-op members deciding how the AI is trained, developed, and used, right? Shared profits and power without outside investors, right? Prioritizing long-term sustainability, privacy, and data sovereignty. Collaborative networks, they partner with other co-ops to learn and build together. And all of this serves as a broader public goal, in this case, in Transcribus's case, to preserve cultural heritage and make it accessible. So that's not ethics as PR, right? So as we see maybe labs or other prizes, it's really ethics built into the infrastructure, right? I think this is where this big difference comes in between like really creating like a social enterprise, right? Or cooperative, because there the ethics is hard-coded into the in structure and is in. So what does that mean in practice, right? So what can cooperatives actually do right now, right? So to shape technologies. So I came up with this abbreviation, ELEVATE, right? I don't know. So they can, I think these are things where they can actually intervene. I don't think that they can build alternatives simply because, as was mentioned on the previous panel, right, it's just out of reach, even for these very large cooperatives, right? I mean, there are cooperatives that have $46 billion. IFCO in India or Credit Agricole, right? Sure, that's a lot of money, but that doesn't still give them access to that training. And even if they use DeepSeek's open software, that is still out of reach. So the only hope that I would see there, and the argument I would try to make, is to link that to public digital infrastructure. Emerging in India, and which there's certainly an aspiration to Europe. And so in India, in fact, there is the first national platform co-op underway. It started and it is built on public digital infrastructure. So what can co-ops do? They can educate. So I think they can really lead critical literacy, because I think the thing, just like in a nutshell, what I want to say like that. And they have phone numbers, and you can walk through their door, and they can mobilize this discourse, affects what actual communities, because I think that's really the problem. These discussions stay, right? They're very contradictory, like they're real and they exist. Values are largely shared. That's, I think, is can really take a role in this. I think education is one, so they can bridge the civic AI gap, right? And they can help legislate. Co-ops are close to local policymakers. They can push for regulations aligned with cooperative values, equity, accountability, and experiment. can be living labs. They can solidarity imaginariums as a basis for testing, ethical, people-centered AI applications. And I think also very importantly, they can embed lived experience. So through member panels, public forums, democratic AI feedback loops. And they can align, right? They can bridge the gap between researchers, cross movement. Yes, and then they can transform, shift from posture, from critique to construction, right? And break the discourse back and from isolated analysis to shared timelines, a real strategy, right? And action. They can, add the ethics afterwards, but really embed cooperative principles, govern. So, okay, talked about, I will try to make this. My point on DeepSeek is that it's of course also flawed, right? It's also open source, but it's not really accessible, even to very rich organizations. Not an easy alternative either. That's, I think, the only really hope there, to say it again, is like, the EU, perhaps in some scenario, India or other governments doing this, and then a public cooperative partnership that could work. So the takeaway really is that there's no shortage of critique, but what's missing is ownership, coordination, and connection to real movements, right? So we need to overcome this, what I would call maybe this AI realism void, right? So wishful mnemonics, right? Like imagining the solidarity economy or co-ops in a particular way, and then sort of magically mapping this on. And they say like, well, wouldn't it be nice if all these things happen? Well, but the questions like really what could actually, be added. And because democratizing AI really means little without control over infrastructure. And so I think that this wishful mnemonics doesn't really help. Academics often work in isolation from organized groups that could act on this knowledge. And of course, this conference is a total exception where we see the complete opposite, right? A lot of these linkages to community. But, and co-ops, of course, aren't a full alternative for big AI. There is a real lockout, like I said before. And I think, again, the hope is in public infrastructure. But they are they are really one of the few global networks with shared values, reach, and social trust, right? So they are trusted locally, which I think is really essential to this. So they can have critical education, policy pressure, collective, locally rooted experimentation. So in partnership with social movements that are already organized, right? They can align. And so that's what this work is for, not to replace big tech by next Tuesday, but to counter it with other stories, grounded in practice. And the shutdown in The Hague earlier this year wasn't just one case, right? This was really about political power, and the response is about collective action with those who are already in motion. And the response is about, justice, dignity, and joy.
Thank you very much. We will now open the Q&A session. So do we have some first questions? Do we have a microphone here, please? Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you for this amazing talk. I think that I will mention 2 points. The first one is the settler colonial aspect of the Silicon Valley that actually fueling, led by the American government and fueling those corporations. And also the collaboration between the tech ecosystem in the US and tech ecosystem in Israel, as you mentioned, the racial recognition, and I'm sure you are aware what is the racial, the facial recognition happening right now in the Israeli checkpoints. led by Anivision and all these tech corporation. So I think this settler colonial aspect is very crucial in order to mobilize the democratization of the AI, because it's actually connected with the knowledge reproduction led by the AI and also the agenda behind the AI. And that's it.
I mentioned this moment. I think I read an article about it, and I think it was a video even of these tech executives from Meta getting uniforms, stars, like they're high-ranking military officials. They're really like soldiers, right? They can order aliens and tell them what to do, right? It's really frightening. And of course, Mark Zuckerberg celebrated this as a logical next step, which is completely aligned with this book, right, by this Palantir founder that basically claims, right, that they should run the world, which is what Peter Thiel and many of these people think for a very long time. This dark enlightenment, right, like this is this thing that's sort of like underneath this philosophy that they should really run the world. Yeah. There was a hand over here, I think. No? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the presentation and for the work that you do in the PCC. I'm going to pose a kind of classic question, which is the relationship between co-ops and collective action, which often is seen as opposite efforts. In one hand, you have workers trying to come up with their own technologies and their own kind of companies, and you have the people who think, well, this is co-optation to the industry, and I feel like a lot of people who were engaged in struggles in the technology sector at one point have to deal with this: should we start a co-op? Should we not go that way? And even in the academic debates, usually the debates on collective actions and the debates on co-ops are separate streams. So I will really like to hear how you think, if they're really antagonists strategies for workers, if they can somehow help each other. How do you see that relation?
Well, I think so. I don't know, we worked with almost 1,000 collectives, right, over the last 10 years. And I think one thing I can tell you for sure is that the main reason that the ones that fail is a collective action problem. It has nothing to, or very little to do with technology, right? It's about people not being able to agree with one another, not collective action. It's a collective action problem, first of all. Right? And and I think, yeah, no, I mean, and scaling succeeds, right? When groups, I think the way forward, right, is clearly scaling through federations, right? As of course the platform co-op scholars here would know very well, and associating with other social movements, right? Like Stefano writes on this, and to give it a political stance, right? To give these cooperatives a stronger political stance. All of these like are discussions that are going on.
Do we have other questions?
We go, two. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the talk. My question was about when you were talking about like the infrastructure, the Hague incident, and public infrastructure. Sort of like what, like if the U.S. let's use the U.S. case, the U.S. government is the public, or is there a different use of public that you were thinking when you were talking about public infrastructure for cooperatives?
Oh. Well, so by digital public infrastructure, I mean, like, for example, India decided to basically not permit Visa and MasterCard to operate and build its own digital infrastructure for payments, right? So every last fisher or, you know, person working in a field will pull out their phone with this QR code and pay the local stand. You know, they may not have electricity, but they do have public digital infrastructure. So that's the example. I mean, so they basically built infrastructure that platform co-ops now can also use to plug into and don't have to build it, right? So, and that kind of thinking is also with Francesca Bria and others here in Europe, right? Francesca, who of course started this in Barcelona as CTO, but then also really brought this whole idea around the European tech stack, to the level of the EU, which is really that vision, right? Like to have your own, right, third digital infrastructure, right? So not American, not Chinese, but
like about sovereignty, perhaps.
Pardon me?
I was going to ask, like, maybe is there like something about sovereignty as well that is involved in this discussion of what public infrastructure would refer to?
Yeah, well, to create an infrastructure really for the public, right? Like for people, a people-centered digital infrastructure.
Thank you. I think you already answered my question. It was really about the fact that digital co-ops, platform co-ops have a negligible market share, right? Like it's very small as compared to, and so this gap with AI can only increase between, let's say, cooperative AI and what we have with big tech owned AI. I was trying to read quickly this article that you pointed out, and this seems to be like the first AI co-op that tries to start from the ground up, right? But it's not going to scale without the support of public institutions. It's not going to be able to create an environment, right? So I was wondering what public infrastructure should do. I know the Eurostack project. Right now, it looks like a think tank suggesting to invest to the EU into this into this infrastructure. And then the question also becomes, to what extent is the infrastructure owned and therefore regulated by the state, and to what extent users, citizens, have the ability to determine regulation.
It's not a purist perfect solution, but it is a reality in India right now, and so and now the government rolled the Ministry for Cooperation in India rolled out this national platform for ride-hailing and basically imposed it on the cooperatives all across the 1 billion people in India. And so there's certainly potential. I mean, of course, they could also screw it up, but potential for that to work. And what you say about these, I don't know, like 1.2 million people, of course, that's a drop in the ocean, absolutely. But it also means that control isn't complete. It also means that there is another narrative. That means that there's a reality. And it is also 1.2 million people who perhaps have, a better life, right? So I wouldn't dismiss that, but I agree with you, of course, that it is much.
I completely agree on the level of the imaginary that this is creating is very important.
Well, it also shows that it's possible, right? So like they basically, I remember when we started this with these cleaners in New York, people, they told the women when they tried to get a grant, they told them that they are un-American. And then they said, like, well, immigrant women could never run a could never run a startup. So maybe and now this exists, right? And it's successful. And I think also one thing that you see is policy power, actually, right? So the drivers co-op in New York, which onboarded like some 12,000 workers. It's like an up and down story, long story short. But I think a big contribution that they made was really to municipal policy, maybe bigger than the contribution to the drivers in their economic, because they were at the table, right? So they really were quite instrumental in implementing a fleet of electric cars in New York, for example, and other things. You see this story repeating across. And the success happens when unions, right, and co-ops and local policymakers work together, right? So you see that all across in jurisdictions, whether that is in Bologna or whether this is in California or in New York, India.
We have one question in the back here.
Thanks for the talk. Adarsh Kumar from Edexcel University, Vienna. I was wondering, like, when it comes to the cooperatives, parallel cooperatives, and they contest in the intellectual property right regime. So, for instance, let's say in Kerala there was a platform cooperatives made for the drivers, but the problem was like they could not access that, the comparative advantage in technology. So sometimes I feel like, okay, the problem here is like intellectual property right, which should be broken or approved, or like broken or more revealed, because come on, like you cannot say, oh, this is my algorithmic system, I cannot give you that system. So what's your take, like what do you think about that? And second, out of the context, those couple of slides were really interesting pictures, like how did you make it, or what was the source of that? Like those couple of slides with like abstract arts, like we are in Florence, and art is one of the fascinating things. And then in presentation, it's really nice. I want to know, how did you make it? First question and second question. Am I clear, or shall I be slow?
Well, so I just came from Kerala. I was doing work with the government, like just, what, 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks. And, you know, the story of Savari, Kerala Savari, is interesting because I think the reason wasn't at all that that it wasn't open source. I think that was not at all a factor in its initial failure. That was, the reason was that the drivers didn't feel that there wasn't enough buy-in, right? So when I talked to them, when I talked to the government there, I said, you need to spend a third of your money on basically a campaign to educate the drivers about this, right? And they thought in the sort of Silicon Valley way that basically the algorithm will, you know, virally spread and then all the workers will use it, right? But now, and this is also an interesting story, and we see this really around the world, is that there are turnarounds, right? So it failed, and now the government is bringing it back because they understood what their mistake was, and so now they try to educate the drivers, try to, you know, have a bigger market capture. Give up so easily in Kerala. Yeah. Pictures. Yeah, so I didn't get to my last slide. I mean, I have credits in the end if you want to see who made them. Yeah. I didn't make them. Yeah. It's a movement of artists that tries to represent AI differently, critically. Right?
Thank you very much. For the sake of time, I think it's a good moment to end this session, the third keynote, and thank Trebor, of course, for his presentation. We are now going to proceed to our lunch break. So this will be interesting, but the meeting point is downstairs, and we shall walk together as 40 people to the restaurant. So if you prefer the stairs, it's not a bad idea. Otherwise, we're going to take 10 runs with the elevator.
Okay, I think that we can start. So we are very glad to have here Vasilis Kostakis. Vasilis is a professor of technology governance and sustainability at TalTech's Ragnar Nurk's Department of Innovation and Governance. He also serves as a faculty associate at Harvard University Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society. He is the founder of the P2P Lab, and in which he has pioneered research on the commons. And he received a European Research Council grant to study how to create a sustainable economy through the commons. So, Vasily, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. So I'm very glad to be here with you. I will try my best so that I deliver a kind of relaxing and hopefully refreshing presentation. So actually, the title that I promised to talk about is this one, beyond techno-solutionism, digital commons and solidarity economies for a sustainable future. But this is a partial lie, because I'm not going to talk exactly about this. I'm going to talk about to be or not to be, which is a very existential question. This is actually the question that underpins most, if not all, of the most important research questions. I mean, deep down, this is what we are trying to address. So if your reply to this question is a resounding to be, then the next question that we desperately need to discuss is how to address global wealth inequality and ecological collapse. So the ecological crisis is always part, should be, I think, always part of any research question that we need to address. And very roughly speaking, the plan A that has been put to the fore regarding addressing this twofold question is green growth or ecomodernism. This is, these are the two concepts that summarize the mainstream response to the twofold problem of ecological collapse and global wealth inequality. So very roughly speaking, it is this idea that through technology, through some small or bigger, but always techno fixes, we can address the root of the problem, and therefore we can keep growing our economies, that is our gross domestic product, while decreasing the environmental breakdown, the ecological externalities that are associated with our economic growth. So this is what green growth and ecomodernism promise. I don't have any personal against green growth. I would hope green growth to be a reality. Unfortunately, it is not. We have almost zero empirical evidence that green growth has happened somewhere in the world. Almost zero, I would say zero, but let's pretend that, not pretend, let's assume that I'm not well aware of the scholarship and the work around green growth. And one of the main reasons why green growth has not been possible so far, this does not mean that green growth is not a possibility for the future, is this thing here, that is, in order to have smart or green or whatever, Florence, for example, we need a lot of green extractivism. There are many ecological externalities that are not taken into consideration when we talk about a sustainable LA or a sustainable Florence or Stockholm, whatever. So, as I said, although green growth remains a theoretical possibility, the question is, what if it is never realized? Shouldn't we be prepared in the unfortunate state when green growth just remains a futile dream? And here comes our work. We have been trying to prefigure, to study and prefigure a plan B, a plan that is focused, that is centered around the commons. So in my understanding, in the understanding of our work, the commons are social systems that include communities, participants, and these communities, those who are affected or have an interest in these resources, the shared resources, the commons, they create their own managing and governance systems. Okay, so commons is very much related to self-governance. And cooperativism is another bedrock of our work. For example, a worker-owned cooperative, for me, it is a commons. We have a resource, we have a community, and we have the rules and the norms and the governance mechanisms that are being dictated by those who participate in a worker-owned cooperative. Now, of course, the story around the commons and discussion and the praxis around the commons, dates back to the dawn of the human civilization. However, very recently, during the past 3 or 4 decades, from existential point of view, 4 decades is very recent. Yeah, the digital commons have really demonstrated new ways of organizing value, of organizing labor in the realm of software. For example, we have free and open source software, myriads of projects that have managed to play a key role in what we call as our digital economy, digital society. For example, this is one of the top 500 supercomputers in the world. And every single of them, which they consist the backbone of our digital economy, runs on GNU Linux, on free and open source software, on software that has been produced, very roughly speaking, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. Of course, there have been many developments in the realm of free and open source software, a lot of cooptation taking place, etc. We can discuss about that later. But these cases, the cases of free and open source software, the cases of digital commons, have demonstrated how this peer-to-peer way of relating to each other and organizing our labor can really outperform artifacts that have been produced in the top-down, very traditional manner. And we have also several cases coming from the realm of hardware, which is more demanding because, the ecological aspect is, the hardware is more energy intensive and labor intensive very often. I would like to discuss some cases that we have very closely studied. I will start with a case from the prosthetics industry. So these are designs of a prosthetic hand created by a geographically distributed community of scientists, designers, and enthusiasts. They tried to address the following problem. If you are an amputee, you would often complain at the high cost of buying and maintaining the prosthetic devices. They would cost a lot, and if they break down, you would need a lot of money, and you need to have access to. You are dependent on the corporation that has produced them. Okay, so what amputees would do was the following. Most of the days, they would use a kind of hook, a very low-tech prosthetic hand, because it was much easier to maintain it, and if it would break down, no problem. And they would keep, even if they had access to the most sophisticated prosthetic hand, they would use them, during public celebrations, weddings, etc. So this community tried to design prosthetic hands that would be very functional, very effective, but they would cost much less than the sophisticated prosthetic hands, the commercial ones. And the amputees would be it would be more possible for the amputees to maintain them locally if they would break down. And so all the designs and the software related to the manufacturing of this prosthetic hand are available as a digital commons, as a global pool of resources. Now, anyone with internet access and with access to a low-tech 3D printer, a low-cost, not low-tech, a low-cost 3D printer can customize and manufacture locally with the support of an expert these prosthetic hands. I would like to stay on this case a bit more because it demonstrates these two polarities. So these are the high-tech prosthetic hands. Okay, very functional, very effective. They allow you to have a lot of grips. But at the same time, they break down easily, high maintenance costs, and high environmental, ecological footprint. And this is the low-tech counterpart, a hook. It is clear-cut how one can maintain that, okay? And it has a low ecological footprint. Now, these prosthetic hands that I talked about before, the open source prosthetic hands, they could be understood as a form of mid-tech. That is to say, we have two polarities, two extremes. So this is the space in between. And there is a space in between because of the open source nature of this artifact. So we use the term mid-tech, it is a tentative term, because mid-tech, these prosthetic hands, for example, they synthesize the best aspects of high-tech with low-tech. For example, in order to design these prosthetic hands, this dispersed community of enthusiasts, hackers, engineers, designers, they needed the internet, which is a high-tech element. They needed to have access to CAD, another high-tech element. And they needed to have access to 3D printers, which is also high-tech. So these are the high-tech elements that are embodied into this artifact. At the same time, there are some low-tech elements. For example, this prosthetic hand has no electronics, no cobalt, no cables, no actuators, no minerals. Why? Because the design community had a very nice idea to use these kind of analog buttons. So provided that you have one well-functioning hand, you can do these grips. You know, you click the button, click the button, click the button. So this low-tech approach to design enables amputees to get very different grips. Okay. There are some versions of these prosthetic hands that use kinetic energy. There is a cable, plastic cable that connects this prosthetic hand with your opposite elbow, so you can transfer kinetic energy from your elbow to the prosthetic hand. Because of the open source nature, you can localize manufacturing, you can customize, and you can maintain locally if you have access to a public makerspace, for example. There are many other cases. Open source agricultural machinery, the same pattern, whatever is light, that is knowledge, becomes global as a global digital commons. Whatever is heavy, manufacturing, takes place locally. Ideally, insert makerspaces. This is one of the makerspaces of L'Atelier Paysan, a French cooperative that designs small-scale agricultural machines. And an increasing part of manufacturing takes place locally. We have small-scale wind turbines, the same pattern. They design global, they manufacture local. And we have even, this is actually the first open source satellite in orbit. It was a spin-off of the Greek hackerspace in Athens. And they won an award from NASA. And they built the first open source satellite that was put in orbit for a tiny amount of money compared to the amount of money that one would need to build a nanosatellite and put it in orbit. So if we had to visualize this plan B, this commons-based plan B, we could say that digital commons of design, knowledge, and software would be at the epicenter. Then around it, there are small-scale cooperatives, NGOs, public institutions, makerspaces, mostly makerspaces. Some of them, they are focused on energy, agricultural, production, robotics. They are small-scale. They are locally oriented. They want to address local problems. But at the same time, because of this digital commoning, they are globally connected. So instead of scaling up, they scale wide, they scale out. It is another form of scaling. And here I have a near future landscape coming from my place. I come from Greece. I come from this small city, Ioannina, northwestern Greece. So we have been doing a lot of participatory action research with our local fellow people there. We have also other pilots in other places of the world, but I'm going to talk about the place where I come from because I know the culture, I know the people, and I know the problems. This is where I reside also. So in my place, this is a near future landscape, which means that some of these elements that I'm going to talk about, they do exist. Actually, we have also co-founded some of them. Some of them do not exist in my region, but they do exist in other regions. Like, for example, we don't have a credit union. We don't have an insurance cooperative. But we do have an energy community. So my discussion about this near future landscape, which actually demonstrates how this plan B could manifest, at least in my region, is based on work and on developments that do exist, but with some public support, for example, they could even become more mature. So I would, but yes, I forgot to highlight that I would like my story to start using this energy cooperative, this energy community that we have, because energy is an issue that pervades all of the human activities. Everything needs energy. So energy communities can serve as a great laboratories for deepening democracy. Because in our energy community, for example, we have small, medium enterprises, we have even public institutions, we have individuals, and all these people, entities come together, and what is being exercised is a kind of deepening democracy and building maybe another political subjectivity. So for those who don't know what the energy community is, there is a short video that we have created. So the idea is that we have this energy community, this energy cooperative as a platform, as a gathering point where, as I mentioned before, different institutions and entities meet. So in this near future landscape, we could have hacker spaces, open source cooperatives, co-working spaces, maker spaces, along with schools and all the rest, households, being members of this energy community. Now, I'm gonna briefly, and also we have co-working spaces. Actually, we do have you're going to see in a while. A co-working space and maker spaces in the rural layer also, in our villages. And talking about our villages, this is actually my village. We established a few years ago, in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, a rural maker space where local farmers, engineers, etc., they would identify their needs. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So there is a participatory design based on global digital commons. Actually, this guy is from La Télé Paysanne in France, which is a pioneering community, a pioneering cooperative when it comes to open source agricultural machinery. Localized manufacturing will take place, and some very useful equipment will be locally developed. Now, another makerspace, which is just a few kilometers away from the first makerspace, Buluki. This, the mission of this makerspace, they are actually an NGO, and all of these makerspace, actually, these first two are based in abandoned facilities, in the abandoned schools that we have in our villages. So we try to revitalize and utilize the idle resources that we have. So the mission of this initiative is to document, to save all the lost knowledge about maintaining the local architecture, the local buildings, and transmit this knowledge to the new generation of engineers. Because the old builders are dying, this knowledge is nowhere documented. And when this, and you're going to see also more buildings. Here you see, for example, a small bridge. If this bridge breaks down, we don't know how to fix it. So we're going to just put some cement, and that's all. Not local materials, etc. And in order to transmit this knowledge, they organize summer schools, autumn schools, in which participants come, and with their support and with the help of the older generation of builders, they try to maintain this local ecosystem. A short video just to get an impression about the region which I'm talking about. Yeah, so this is another makerspace that actually utilizes mid-tech as This guy said they try to combine the old knowledge with the new knowledge and the new technologies. This is another, a few kilometers again away. This is another makerspace, Habibi Works, a makerspace that's actually the first makerspace that was built for refugees. So in addition to the economic crisis that we had in Greece and we became famous about it, we had also the refugee crisis. So it was in 2018 when in my place we had one of the worst refugee camps that would host like 15,000 refugees, and there was an abandoned factory opposite to it, and 1,500, sorry. And this factory was turned into a makerspace so that the local community of refugees could have access to the basic means of production, and they could do a lot of things. So whatever you're going to see in this video, even this is a recording facility. This facility, this building was based on open source designs, and this was locally manufactured. So whatever you're going to see was manufactured in this very makerspace. Again, in video. So members of all these institutions, they are also members of this energy cooperative. Another makerspace, and actually co-working space, not a makerspace. A few kilometers away, we are again in the same region, an abandoned school. It was renovated, and it was renovated by a social cooperative by the name The High Mountains. They have a farm and greenhouse. Some of the equipment in this greenhouse was manufactured in the Jumakers makerspace. They also have a community-supported mountainous agriculture program, CSA, but for the mountainous producers. This is a rural co-working space. There is also a support center for mountainous living, that is to say, for people who want to come back to the villages so that our villages are repopulated. This village, where this place is based, right now has a population of 4. And now I would like to become more concrete. I would like to very briefly introduce two examples that demonstrate what are the alliances that could be forged and actually are being forged right now. So these are not from the near future landscape, but from the current situation. And there is also connection with cooperativism, of course. So example number one. In my place, as you saw, we have a lot of mountains, a lot of rainfalls. So we have a lot of waters, rivers, and therefore we have a lot of abandoned water mills. So one of the projects that we are currently working on is to renovate an abandoned water mill and turn it into a functional small-scale water hydroelectric facility to produce energy from the water. And that is why all of these institutions have joined forces. And we are discussing with the local public administration to get some funding, because this water mill is made out of stone. So this Buluki makerspace is gonna contribute. There is some hardware. People who are doing stuff with small-scale renewables are going to contribute. There is software involved. And this facility will become a member of our energy community, and it will produce energy as a commons, not as a commodity, for the local village. So this is against private-public partnerships. Here we have public commons partnerships. We have NGOs, we have cooperatives who are joining forces to produce something to, that connects the past with the present and maybe with the future, in order to address a real need of real people and not maximize profits. A second example, let me check my time, okay. Now, in the years to come, in some places in Europe, maybe you should, this issue has already been addressed. We need to realize energy efficiency. And in order to realize energy efficiency, we need to implement this concept of demand response flexibility. I'm not gonna get into details. In some countries, smart meters have already been installed in our households. Okay, so in order to be more energy efficient, we need to build infrastructure for a demand response flexibility. And in order to build this infrastructure, we need smart meters in our places, in our households, everywhere. The question is, are they gonna be open source or closed source? Because they generate also an immense amount of data. It's like capitalism surveillance 2.0 on steroids, this thing. They will know how often we go to bathroom, how often we open the fridge. All of this information in the years to come will be either commons property, community property, or property for some specific corporate interests. So if our response to this question is open source, so that we control the technology, both the software and the hardware, we need these entities to join forces so that an open source smart meter is being designed. So the energy community would use money from the credit union, for example, or a bank cooperative, for example, to fund the development of an open source smart meter. This is not happening right now. We have money from the EU, and we have been trying to explore this thing with demand response flexibility. But in an ideal case, this local ecosystem would support the development of an open source smart meter, so that the data is being owned by the energy cooperative, and a kind of data cooperative or a data trust could be created, so that all the data that is being generated through these smart meters, this open source smart meter is not a black box. It would be transparent, and the local community, the energy community, would know how the data and what kind of data is being gathered, and the data would be managed by a data cooperative or a data trust. So these are just two examples that showcase how this near future landscape that includes a lot of elements could be created. And all this discussion, as I said, is grounded into real life elements, real life developments that we need to nurture, to empower, and somehow another political subjectivity could even impose this modality, this mode of production. Thank you very much. I think I was right on time, yeah.
Thank you very much. Perfectly on time. So we can collect some questions, some comments from the public. We still have some time. Please. 1, 2.
Thank you for such a engaging presentation at this late hours. Actually, this idea of cooperatives is very powerful. Like in India, for the poverty elevation, the self-help groups have worked quite efficiently. But immediately a question comes in my mind, like, if they are really good, then why we are not able to work? Is it to do with the capitalism, or it is to do with the innate nature of a human being? When it grows, like, for instance, when I, from the presentation, I saw that, okay, the people are at the margins, so they need each other to depend on. But let's say we go to in a highly developed society like Germany, where there is a significant institutions developed, so people could be selfish, the self-centered rational being in economic term. So the idea, like, the question comes like, okay, if this is so good, like, why we are not able to implement it? And yeah,
I think that first, I'm not arguing that the energy communities, for example, is a silver bullet. Okay, they have a lot of problems, contradictions, etc. As everything, I think, is full of contradictions. I know nothing that is free of any contradiction. Now, I believe that the human nature is both. I mean, we are both homo economicus. We want to maximize self-interest, etc. But at the same time, we have a lot of homo socialis aspects. We like to share, to communicate, to cooperate. Now, it is the institutional setting that qualifies our homo economicus behaviors over the homo socialis behaviors. And I have an example here that resonates with I think your question. So. Greece is a country in deep crisis. Okay, Greece needs to maximize GDP, because if its GDP increases, then we get loans for lower interest. Okay, so the incentive. This is an incentive by design. We somehow have decided to measure our success in GDP terms. Okay, now let's say that you are a prime minister of Greece, and you say that energy is not a commodity. Energy, first and foremost, is a commons. So you want to propagate, to promote energy communities, self-producing energy communities. You cannot do that. Why? Because the energy communities, the self-producing energy communities, they produce energy to address a need. Energy does not maximize profits. I'm a member of this energy cooperative, so I'm not paying right now electricity. So the GDP decreases while a need is being met. And this need is being met in a very effective and ecological friendly manner. Again, there are many contradictions. We have solar panels, minerals. We are aware of that, but it is qualitatively very different if energy is produced here and consumed here than so. Even if you are a prime minister and you want to promote energy cooperatives, you are not encouraged by the EU to do that. If 30% of the energy in Greece is being produced by self-producing energy communities, the GDP that comes out of energy production will decrease. So you see how the institutional framework enforces us enforces our homo economicus aspect.
Please, there. Please switch on the mic.
Thanks for the inspiring presentation. I have a question. When people have been socialized in this profit-making, corporate-controlled environment, and they have learned to navigate this system, then in order to make alternative ways to organize happen, do you actually need people to have some degree of openness to alternative ways to organize? Or is it also possible to convince them? Could you maybe say a few words about the process of changing the mindset of people and what it needs?
Very good question. When we started building this energy, this actually, our energy cooperative by the name Common Energy, was actually the first energy cooperative in Greece that was connected to the national grid. Okay. So we started working on this energy cooperative before the energy crisis. Okay, we have always been in crisis, but before the official energy crisis. So it was very difficult for us. We had a Zoom meeting during the pandemic. So we had an open call in our region, and we invited people to join us and express their interests, whether they would like to be members of this soon to be established energy cooperative. So we had a lot of people, like 150 people or something like that, which is a lot for our city anyway. And many of them, they were very hesitant. But in the end, we managed to gather a lot of applications. So we were very careful because we tried to involve also people who would even vote for the Golden Dawn, the Nazist party in Greece. But not too many, because otherwise the general assemblies would, But we did that on purpose. So we tried to involve people from all the social strata, social classes, etc., to see what will happen. And for example, we had in our general assemblies, we also call a pedagogist to take care of the children, so that the women also, our society is very patriarchal. So we have an educator in our general assemblies who is taking care of the children so that everybody can join. So just experiencing this participatory, direct democracy, we have not done systematic research so far. Okay, this is my personal take based on my instinct and on discussions that I have had. That these people, for example, who would have voted for Golden Dawn, the Nazist party, right now they have their mentality, their consciousness, their political consciousness have shifted. Why? Because they experienced democracy. And why they came? Because they were in need. They needed to save some money of their electricity bills. So there was a real need. And exactly after when the energy crisis hit, everyone wanted to join us. So the hook was the energy conundrum, the energy problem. But what we got is a deepening, I would say, of democracy. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other question? Please.
Yeah, thanks so much for giving some hope. And I have a question over the sustainability, over the composition of the cooperatives. And we did some field research in many tribe areas and in some very traditional locations. I mean, today we have experienced the problems of the young people are living from the many, we are also living more individualist, culture of life. And how you maintain the young people and it's so beautiful. The story is really nice and very inspiring. But again, the city life and the people are losing. For example, we were doing some research in Kenya, and we were in the tribes. They were saying, yeah, our beautiful people, young people went to study abroad and never come back again. They don't want to live in our traditional way of farming. It's very a lot of knowledge accumulations. Everything's beautiful, nature, green, but our young people losing the hope, losing the interest. So I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts over that? And yeah.
I think that I have the same question. I pose this question every day. So there are people coming back, but when I say young people, 35 years old, 30 years old, etc. And they come back because somehow they learn about our local ecosystem. We have also unions. We have a regional chamber of the commons. We have a national union of energy communities, and they do a lot of lobbying, a lot of communication work, etc. But especially the younger ones, students, I think that we are losing them. And not only us, in general, you have to be very active in social media. The social media promotes a very certain, if you have, let's say that you produce very nice content about degrowth. Okay, your videos attack consumerism. They would be shadowed. They would not be promoted. We have created a lot of material, like videos, reels, and we even pay YouTube, Instagram, etc. to promote it, and they are not promoted because they are political. So I don't have an answer to your question, and that's why personally I had to write a book for an academic press, and said, no, I don't want to write a book for academic press. So I wrote a book and a children's story about football, trying to tell this story through the pervasive medium of football. So this is just one effort. I'm not saying that we should use football just to, but this is, this actually showcases my concern and my disappointment. Because I don't know how to talk to, So because we are here in this city and in this country, I'm very pessimist in the intellect, as Gramsci would say, but I'm optimist in action, meaning that we are trying to do our best, although we know that we may lose in the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that if we have no other questions, we can start closing the works of this conference. Just two communications. The first one concerns certificates of attendance. For those who need these certificates, we have printed for all participants. So feel free to come here and take the one with your name. And the second is, if you wish to get in touch with other participants and would like to receive their email details, please contact the organizing committee and we'll share all relevant information. So I promise to keep brief in, let's say, trying to conclude this, let's say, truly engaging and intellectually stimulating 2 days, no more than 5 minutes, I promise. So as organizers, we are extremely pleased with the high quality of the presentations and discussions. And I think that this conference has been a valuable opportunity to bring together scholars from across the globe, enabling a rich exchange of views on the nature of platform work and the practices and dynamics for countervailing platform power. And we highly appreciated also the interdisciplinarity in your contributions, and this has allowed us to approach this topic from multiple and intersecting perspectives. We are also grateful for the crucial contribution of our keynote speakers. We think that their insights have framed many of our discussions and gave us food for thought, and as well as, of course, the empirical expertise shared by practitioners and experts during yesterday's roundtable. Unfortunately, as many of the contributions have highlighted, the current reality for platform workers is deeply concerning. So algorithms govern labor processes in ways that intensify surveillance, limit autonomy, and exacerbate forms of discrimination. So these result in poor, exploitative working conditions where disparities, reproduction of social inequalities related to gender, race, class, and legal status when it's about migrants. And of course, we know and we understood that these are not accidental side effects, but features of systems, of a system built on extractive technology and venture capital logics, whose negative effects are increasing with the invasiveness of artificial intelligence in different economic sectors, and which is expected to amplify existing power dynamics. Of course, another problematic dimension concerns the regulation. So given the regulatory vacuum in different parts of the world surrounding platform work, let's say the future is not so promising. But on the other hand, we think that this conference has also been a space of hope for better working conditions and decent work. We've heard about emerging practices of resistance and the redefinition of labor solidarities in some cases, and this points to the importance of understanding the specificities of platform work for imagining effective ways of labor organizing, as also has been highlighted in many of your presentations and also yesterday's roundtable. And these alternatives remind us that the future is not predetermined and that collective agency remains possible even within algorithmically managed environments. Some of you also accounted for initiatives with cooperative platform models and how this alternative option may put at the center workers' rights and needs, promote ideas on fair regulation, and as well as democratize decision-making processes and increase awareness about work-related issues among employers and the society in general. Of course, there are also challenging when we talk about cooperative platform models, but there is also a hope there. One final point I would like to stress is the importance of fostering sustained bi-directional dialogue between scholars in the so-called global north and global south. I'm very happy that I saw so many contributions from scholars coming all over the world. And I think that events like this should serve as catalysts for long-term collaboration, not isolated encounters. So I think only through genuine exchange can we begin develop analysis and solutions that are both globally informed but also locally grounded. Before concluding, allow me to extend our heartfelt thanks. So to all of you presenters, thank you very much. Online participants who could not attend in person, and keynote speakers and the roundtable participants for their invaluable contributions. The discussants, thank you very much for your thoughtful feedback and constructive engagement. Many thanks to the chairs, of course, for the excellent coordination and helping us stay remarkably on schedule. Of course, many thanks to the IT team, the cleaning staff, and all those who supported the logistics behind the scenes. And finally, thank to the administrative team of our faculty for all the organizational support, and thanks to the faculty for giving us the opportunity to organize this, and also for the financial support, especially for those participants who work under precarious employment conditions. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I wish you all a safe journey home, and we are looking forward to see you again in in future, let's say, events. Thank you. Okay, and now, there is also, we have organized, let's say, happy hour event, so we can go to have a drink and say goodbye each other. Thank you very much.